Morning, Ms. Audie. Registrar, could we
Good morning.
pull up HAM 64356? So Ms. Audie, here we have a copy of the draft opinion letter from Mr. Bogosian, and I understand these are your handwritten notes.
Yes, they are.
Do you recall when you made these notes?
No, I don't. I don't recall exactly when I made them.
What was the purpose for making them?
They were my thoughts and issues that I had wanted to discuss with Mr. Bogosian regarding his letter.
And did you have a discussion with Mr. Bogosian?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
That was it, January 8th.
Oh, I see. Okay. But so you made these notes sometime between December the 13th and January 8th?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't have any you didn't have any discussions with Mr. Bogosian before January the 8th?
Not that I recall specifically.
So here, there's a note that says more testing before Rip Up Road, question mark.
Yes.
What is that note referring to?
That was a question in my mind in terms of whether we were going to conduct any further testing of the road, of the Red Hill, in advance of the work that was scheduled to be done in terms of the repaving in later that year.
And do you recall
in 2019?
And do you recall talking to Mr. Bogosian about that issue?
I don't recall specifically discussing that with him at that moment, but I know that I did at some point.
Possibly at the January 9th meeting?
It is possible, yeah.
Do you recall what his advice was and where you landed on that issue?
No, I don't recall specifically, but I do believe we were looking to do that at some point, but we had thought perhaps better to wait until later to see where ultimately the litigation went following the release of the document. So it was put forward in terms of waiting to see what would happen.
So the decision was made not to retain or to get more testing before ripping up the road, and you were going to wait and see what would happen in the litigation. Is that?
I believe that was my understanding of where we were on that. I don't recall the specifics of the conversation or when, but that was my understanding at this point. Ultimately, we did look to that later.
And there's a note that says add summary of more info needed. And were you asking Mr. Bogosian to add summary of more info?
I believe that's what that was referring to.
What was the more info that was needed?
I thought it might be beneficial, or I believe I was referring to it might be helpful to have additional information in a summary if there was anything else that he needed or things that we hadn't received yet.
So you weren't, did you have a discussion with Mr. Bogosian about what additional information would be needed?
I don't recall specifically having that, but I made the note, so I imagine that we did.
Okay, and you don't recall if Mr. Bogosian had any additional information to provide?
I believe that was, so my understanding from reading that now is that I was looking to confirm that if he had anything else that he needed, that he would identify that.
Registrar, could you pull up images 3 and 4? So here you see there's just a section of Mr. Bogosian's notes, or sorry, his opinion letter or draft opinion letter that summarizes the 2015 SEMA report.
Yes.
And had you reviewed the report itself?
I believe I had at this point at a high level.
And so you'll see in his summary at the top of page 4, he indicates that the potential causes of the higher than expected proportion of wet surface condition accidents might be the following. and inadequate skid resistance is included there.
Yes, I see that.
And then you'll see in the middle of the page following, there's some recommendations to reduce the accident frequency on the RHVP.
Yes.
Is that list is the section 9.2 list that you had discussed with him on December 11th?
I believe so. I haven't gone back to check that, but yes, I believe so.
Okay. And then Registrar, if you could go to the next image as well, image 5. And then there is a summary of, you'll see at point number 5 on image 5, there's a summary of the collision countermeasures, and there's a reference to Appendix A to report PW 18008.
Yes.
Do you recall what that document was?
I believe that was the report that Public Works were working on that contained the updated SEMA information from their ongoing safety safety assessment, sorry.
And do you recall that the Appendix A listed whether or not the safety recommendations had in fact been implemented?
I don't recall. I know I believe that David had that information from Mr. Malone.
But I had understood from you that on December the 11th, one of the action items was that you were going to get Public Works to confirm if the safety recommendations from SEMA had been implemented.
Yes, and I recall providing that in a chart to Mr. Bogosian. I don't recall exactly when that happened.
Okay, and that chart I believe was Appendix A to PW 18008.
Yes, okay.
Oh, is that consistent with your recollection?
That is, yes.
Okay, okay. And so there's a reference in the bottom of the page to the slippery when wet signs. While it indicates that it is completed, it's not noted whether rain activated flashing beacons were also installed in high collision areas. And so there's a reference there to that aspect of the countermeasures. And Registrar, if you could go to image 6 as well. So at the top of image 6, it says the report also notes that pavement friction testing was carried out. However, we are unaware of any pavement friction testing since 2013. And so what was your understanding of what Mr. Bogosian was referring to in that paragraph?
My understanding was that he was referring to the Tradewind report and that he was unaware that any further testing had been done since that time, I believe.
But the Appendix A had indicated that pavement friction testing was carried out. So did you have, maybe I'll ask this, did you have any discussions with Public Works staff about that part of Appendix A where it said pavement friction testing had been done?
I don't recall having any discussions about that.
Okay.
But I need to see if there was referred to in any of my notes in the future. I believe we had a further meeting on the 14th.
Okay, we're going to get to your notes of the 14th. So on image 6, you'll also see that there's a summary of the draft roadside safety assessment. Had you gotten a copy of the draft roadside safety assessment?
I don't recall whether that was provided to me directly, but I do recall that Mr. Bogosian had it from Mr. Malone.
And up until this point, had you had any discussions with Public Works staff about what the roadside safety assessment was covering?
No, I was generally aware that the work was being undertaken and that they were working with SEMA directly on that issue. I believe at the discussion on December the 14th, we had a further conversation of that report.
What was your understanding of what SEMA was doing as part of the roadside safety assessment?
I understood that they were updating their 2015 report and providing any additional information that Public Works needed regarding the safety of the road and what might be needed to make the road more safe if needed.
Did you have an understanding of whether or not SEMA would be looking at pavement as part of the roadside safety assessment?
No, I mean, the work that Public Works and SEMA was doing was independent from my review. So I was aware that the work was being undertaken, but they were leading that work, and it wasn't part of my review.
So was it your understanding that Public Works was getting an opinion from SEMA on whether interim safety measures would be required as part of the roadside safety assessment?
It was my understanding that they were working with SEMA to get a safety assessment of the road. I don't know whether I would have characterized it as interim safety measures or not, but that they were getting all the information, interim and otherwise, that they needed regarding the safety of the road. Was
it your understanding that SEMA was provided with the trade wind report from Public Works staff as part of that assessment?
It wouldn't have been, so I don't know. I don't know whether they would have provided that or not. Certainly that was information that they had, and information that if they needed to provide to SEMA as part of that review, was my expectation that they would have provided that. It was their project, their assessment, and that was information that if needed, they certainly were able to provide.
So you didn't believe that it was important to find out if SEMA was getting a copy of the trade wind report from Public Works?
So I believe that work was theirs. I was responsible for the litigation review, and that was the focus of my work at the time, not in addition to the other matters that I was dealing with. So I had confidence, complete confidence in the Public Works staff that they would take whatever steps they felt were necessary to ensure that the information that they were being provided was what they needed. So that I was confident in their ability to do that work. It wasn't my role or responsibility to second guess or to double check what they were doing.
So your evidence is that there was never any discussion with Public Works staff about whether or not Public Works staff had provided SEMA with the trade wind report?
I don't recall having that particular discussion.
So you'll see in on image 6 that there's additional recommendations that are identified by Mr. Bogosian. And then if Registrar, if you could go to the next page, image 7. So you could put up 7 and 8 together, that might be helpful. So here there is a summary from Mr. Bogosian of his telephone call with Mr. Malone on December 11th. And you'll see that he's identified what safety recommendations have been fully implemented, partially implemented, not implemented, and implementation unknown. And on image 8, so there are a couple that are not implemented. And under implementation unknown, it says pavement friction testing. So from this, did you understand that SEMA did not know if the city had conducted pavement friction testing?
I don't have any particular recollection about that sentence.
Okay, but this sentence indicates that Mr. Malone did not know if pavement friction testing had been implemented. Is that fair?
That's what it says. I can't, I didn't draft that. I can't draw any conclusions as to what that was saying.
But when you saw that, you would have interpreted that to mean that Mr. Malone did not know if pavement friction testing had been implemented.
Yeah, again, I apologize. I don't recall specifically what my thoughts were at the time.
Okay. And then on image 8, it says in the second full paragraph, when asked to rank in order of greatest contribution to the inordinate number of wet road crashes, Mr. Malone advised as follows. In the first factor is slipperiness of the road surface, i.e. the road is slipperier when wet than other roads, which leads to greater accidents than on roads with similar large numbers of horizontal curves and wet road conditions. And then there's the other three factors as well. And so you had testified yesterday that when you had your conversation with Mr. Malone or Mr. Bogosian on December 11th, and Mr. Bogosian conveyed to you that there were 4 contributing factors. I think you said that they were unranked. Is that your recollection?
That was my understanding, yes.
Okay, so now you have an opinion from Mr. Bogosian that indicates that Mr. Malone has ranked slipperiness of the road surface as the greatest contributing factor to wet road crashes. And there's a note there versus P4 reduces impact of driver error. What is that note referring to?
So when I reviewed the draft opinion from Mr. Bogosian, it's this paragraph, which identified a ranking, appeared to me to be different than SEMA's earlier causes, contributions that were identified on page 4. So I identified that there was a discrepancy, and I want to get clarification from David on that point, and to make sure that, and to understand what the difference was, or was this, what was the difference? I wanted explanation and to understand the discrepancy that I identified.
And did you have that conversation with Mr. Bogosian?
Yes, I did.
What did he say?
I understood following our conversation that he had clarified that SEMA had not identified particular causes, or had not ranked the causes. They didn't have that information to determine the causes, and that the contribution factors were not ranked in any particular way, that they were identified as both the slipperiness of the road and the speed being contributing factors.
When did you have that conversation with Mr. Bogosian?
I had that conversation with him on January the 8th.
So your evidence is that on January the 8th, Mr. Bogosian said that notwithstanding what he set out in his opinion letter, in fact, Mr. Malone wasn't ranking slipperiness of the road surface as the greatest contributing factor?
So I don't recall specifically the conversation, but I understood that was my takeaway, that the SEMA's information was they didn't have causes. They hadn't come to a conclusion on the particular causes of the wet weather crashes, but that there were contributing factors, and that there was not a particular ranking of those factors.
So your evidence is that Mr. Bogosian told you that notwithstanding that what he wrote on page 8 of his opinion letter, Mr. Malone did not in fact rank slipperiness of the road surface as the greatest contributing factor to the inordinate number of wet road crashes?
So I don't recall the specific whether that was said, but that was certainly my understanding from having that clarification discussion with Mr. Bogosian.
So you don't recall what was said. You just have this impression that actually Mr. Bogosian was mistaken when he wrote what he wrote on page 8?
So I had the conversation with David. I had identified these 2 issues, and I left the conversation with the understanding that there was no particular ranking in the contributing causes. We had a discussion between the difference between contributing factors and causes, and ultimately I was left with the understanding that there was not a particular ranking, that the slipperiness of the road and speeding and the other factors were all contributing.
So your evidence is that on January the 8th, you and Mr. Bogosian had a conversation where you were discussing the difference between cause and contributing factor?
I was trying, there was, all of that was part of the factor. I identified that these were 2 different areas where they identified contributing factors, causes. We had a discussion around that, and I understood following that conversation that the slipperiness of the road and the speeding and driver behaviors were all contributing factors, and that SEMA hadn't come to a particular conclusion as to what those caused, like how those accidents were caused.
And did Mr. Bogosian explain why he said on page 8 of his opinion letter that slipperiness of the road surface was ranked as the greatest contribution?
I don't recall the specifics of his explanation.
And I take it the reason you were having this conversation with Mr. Bogosian and that you raised it as an issue is because it was concerning to you. That slipperiness of the road surface was the highest contributing factor to wet road, the inordinate number of wet road crashes.
I identified it as a difference between what I understood SEMA's previous comments to be. If there had been a particular issue, I would have wanted to clarify and understand that, and more importantly, how that, not more importantly, but and how that identified or influenced Mr. Bogosian's opinion.
So I take it that it was concerning to you that you saw that Mr. Malone had ranked slipperiness of the road surface as the greatest contribution, and you wanted to clarify that.
I was concerned that there was a difference in the opinion, and I wanted to understand what that if there was a difference, or maybe I was misunderstanding how that was going. So I wanted to have that clarification from David. So I identified it, I spoke to him about it, and my understanding was that there were no particular ranked causes or contributing factors to the wet weather collisions.
But why would it have mattered if there was a difference or not?
So I wanted to make sure that my understanding and the information that was being provided was consistent. It was a difference, and that's part of when I'm reviewing things. That's one of the things I look for, which is making sure that my understanding and how things have been presented to me are consistent with what's written. And I identified that as a difference, and I sought clarification.
Registrar, could you put up image 4 next to image 8, please? Just, I think it may help. So image 4, this is at the very top, where it just says SEMA concludes that the potential causes of the higher than expected proportion of wet surface conditions accidents might be the following: inadequate skid resistance, and then there's a couple others. The two are not actually inconsistent with one another. Image 4, what's on image 4 and what's on image 8?
So they were inconsistent in that they, in my first reading, before I talked to David, they appeared to be putting higher emphasis on slipperiness rather than the impact of driver error. And in my mind, that included speeding. So the driving component, the individual component of the driving on the road versus the skid resistance or the slipperiness of the road.
But one of them, so on image 4, SEMA is just listing some causes, potential causes, and on image 8, there's Mr. Malone saying, "Oh, actually, I think the highest contributing factor is slipperiness of the road surface." The two aren't actually inconsistent with one another.
In my mind, and the note that I wrote when I first read it, it did identify as different in that these were potential causes unranked. I had conversations up until this point and discussions with staff where I understood that these were causes or contributing factors, and that they hadn't identified a particular rank of those causes. So when there was identified as a ranking, I wanted to clarify that. And whether that was in fact the case, or whether there were other, whether they were still maintaining that it was that all the factors contributed, and they hadn't landed on whether they were causes or not in a particular order. So I wanted to understand the difference.
And it was important to know if impact of driver error was an important contributing factor or not, versus slipperiness of the road surface. Is that fair?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't.
It was important for you to understand if the impact of driver error was an important contributing factor or not to the wet road collisions versus the slipperiness of the road surface.
So I wanted to understand whether SEMA had a different discussion with David than he had presented, whether they had presented in their other reports. I wanted to understand that. So it was a matter of clarification, and I wanted to ensure that I understood what was being presented.
Did you talk to public works staff about this ranking that's set out on page 8 of Mr. Bogosian's draft opinion?
So I don't recall having a specific discussion with them on the ranking for the reason that by the time I had spoken to Mr. Bogosian and clarified my understanding that in fact there were no ranked contributing factors, that the SEMA hadn't drawn that kind of a conclusion on those causes. It didn't, to me, there was nothing to clarify or to discuss with them. The information that they were being provided, as far as I understood, was the same as what I had seen. I also was confident, as I indicated earlier, that they were having that discussion with SEMA directly. So if there were any of those changes, or if there was anything different that had come from conversations, then they would be getting that information directly.
You didn't think that it was important to tell public works staff that Mr. Malone had ranked slipperiness of the road surface as the greatest contributing factor to the inordinate number of wet road crashes?
So by the next opportunity that I had to speak with public works staff following my conversation with David, I didn't believe that there was a difference or a ranking. My understanding was that they were equal contributing factors and that SEMA hadn't come to that particular conclusion on cause.
So you read this draft report on December the 13th. You identified that there was this potential inconsistency that you wanted to talk to Mr. Bogosian about, but you don't actually speak with Mr. Bogosian until January the 8th. Is that fair?
I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner, I don't think we established that you read the report on the 13th.
Okay. Did you read the report on December 13th when it came in?
So I don't actually recall when I read the report. I believe I would have given it a quick review to make sure that it to see what David had concluded on the liability piece. But ultimately, my conversation on the 14th with staff was based on the notes and the discussion that I had had with David earlier. I don't believe I had read and made these notes until closer to the time that I actually spoke to David, which was in the new year.
So you're now saying that on December the 14th, when you met with public works staff, you hadn't yet read Mr. Bogosian's draft opinion?
So no, I'm saying I had reviewed it, but I don't know that I had made these notes and identified this discrepancy. I can't say when that happened. I did speak to Mr. Bogosian and I had his preliminary assessment, which was what we discussed on the December the 11th call.
So you're saying that by December the 14th, when you meet with public works staff, you have read the draft opinion, correct?
I would have received it, and I don't know whether I would have had an opportunity to read it fully. I would have had an opportunity. I may have had an opportunity to give it a high level review, but I can't say sitting here today what exactly that was.
Registrar, could you pull up overview document 9A? Page 245. You'll see at paragraph 582. So let's see. So at paragraph 580, there's the email from Mr. Bogosian to you on December the 13th, attaching his draft unsigned opinion letter.
Yes.
And then you reply that you would respond to him the following morning. You see that paragraph at 581. And then paragraph 582, this is the same day, December 13th, 2018, you forward the email to Mr. Sabot and you write, please let me know if you have any comments and I will get back to David tomorrow morning. So certainly your intention as of December the 13th was that you were going to review the opinion and get back to Mr. Bogosian by the 14th.
That's what I said. I can't say whether that actually happened, and certainly I would have wanted to have Mr. Sabot's comments and thoughts prior to speaking to David, and we may or may not have had an opportunity to connect. Moreover, we did ultimately speak with staff on the 14th and have a conversation on a number of items. And then ultimately we proceeded to have working towards the timing of the report And we ultimately, spoke to the mayor and had that report confirmed as being provided to council in the new year, at which point we would have had an opportunity to speak to David in the new year about his opinion.
So all of this stuff happens, I understand, from kind of
Very quickly.
I get it. Yeah, sure. There's a lot going on, December 14th all the way to January the 8th. But during that time, sorry, this contractor did something.
Sorry, Commission Council, I can't hear you. Saudi, I don't know if you're able to hear her.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay. So that period from December the 13th or 14th all the way to January the 8th, you have information that indicates that Mr. Malone ranked slipperiness of the road surface as the greatest contributing factor to the inordinate number of wet road crashes. And you didn't talk to any public works staff about that.
I'm sorry to interrupt again, Mr. Commissioner, but that's not what the witness's evidence was. And just to be fair to her, I think we should accurately restate what she said, which is that she had a high level review of the draft, and that she doesn't think that she looked at the draft in detail and made those comments until closer to the January 8th call.
Okay, so why don't I reframe the question? So your evidence, Ms. Audie, is that, well, let me ask you this. At any point, did you tell any public works staff that Mr. Malone had ranked slipperiness of the road surface as the greatest contributing factor to the inordinate number of wet road crashes?
So no, because I had been provided that information in a draft opinion, and it was my practice to make sure that I understood the information in the opinion that I was being provided before it was passed on to anyone else. So I did identify that discrepancy. I had a conversation and understood from Mr. Bogosian that there was no particular ranking of the causes. Also, throughout this period of time, I'm working on the liability assessment for council and ensuring that they have the information that they need from me, which is a liability assessment. Public works staff are working with SEMA and Mr. Malone directly to make sure that they have the information that they need to assess the safety of the road. And had that been Mr. Malone's opinion or thoughts on the matter, I would have expected and anticipated that that would have been in the report that SEMA was providing for public works and for council. So that was my role, was to conduct the information and to provide the information that I had to council on liability. At no point in time did I think that I had information that others who needed it should have had.
So you didn't believe that it was important to ensure that public works had that information?
I believed that I didn't have any information that was new or different than what they would have had. It was my understanding that they had exactly all the information that they needed to have to do their work through those conversations directly.
What did they say to you? Who told you that?
So
that
we met.
Information they needed to do the work.
So we met on December the 14th with staff. They identified to me that they were working on a safety assessment with SEMA. And on that basis, I understood that they were doing their work on the safety assessment and the review of the road, and that all of the information that they would need, they were going to be getting from SEMA directly. I wasn't I wasn't a conduit for that information. They were getting that directly. And I think that's really important to understand. SEMA and Public Works were working directly. I wasn't getting in the way or responsible for sharing information between the two parties.
So somebody at that meeting on December the 14th told you that they were working directly with SEMA and they were giving SEMA whatever SEMA needed for the purposes of providing an opinion on public safety?
So we can go to my notes. I don't have them in front of me. I think that at some point, I presume we'll review those. But I do make note, and I do have a recollection that Public Works identified that they were working on report 18008. I can't recall the specifics, which was an updated assessment from SEMA, which Mr. Malone referred to in his draft, Mr. Bogosian referred to in his draft opinion. So I understood from both parties, from Mr. Bogosian and from Public Works staff, that they were getting that information. They were discussing the road safety assessment work that SEMA was doing directly. So yes, that was my understanding.
And you can't tell me who you got that understanding from?
It would have been from Mr.
Perhaps we can go to the notes if you're going to be asking her about the December 14th call.
Well,
I allow the question. I think Ms. Audie was in the process of answering it anyway.
It would be beneficial if I could see the notes, but my recollection is that it was either Mr. McKinnon or Mr. McGuire. But also Mr. Soldo was speaking of the work that was being done on the road. So it could have been any one of those three individuals as they were leading that work.
Registrar, could you go to page 249 of the overview document? But paragraph 588, you'll see that Mr. Sabot replies to your email, which was attaching the draft opinion. He says, I haven't cracked the attachment open, but I'm about to. I know John would like David to help with the approach to giving notice to the city's current and former insurers for one. And then you reply, let's you and I speak about it tomorrow once you've had a chance to read it and then see where it needs to go.
Yes. As I indicated, that I did want Mr. Sabot to have an opportunity to review it because I relied on his expertise in reviewing it. So that's what I was speaking about.
And so did you speak with Mr. Sabot the next day?
I can't recall. To be honest, the day was, there was always lots of things going on. So I can't say whether particularly we spoke on it at that point in time or closer to January when we spoke to Mr. Bogosian.
When the draft opinion came in, I take it that it was important for you to read it quickly, to not sit on the report. Let me put it that way.
So I believe I've indicated there was a lot of moving parts here, and certainly we were looking to get the information shared amongst staff and have those conversations around how we were going to bring the report to council. Obviously, it's important to review. I felt, and it was my practice, to review opinion letters as quickly as possible. Whether I would have waited or waited for an opportunity to have Mr. Sabot review it and then have us discuss it. I imagine, as I indicated, I reviewed it at a high level, but did not necessarily sit down and make my notes and have a conversation with Mr. Sabot until later. And I apologize, I cannot remember exactly when that conversation took place.
You mentioned that you were looking to get information shared amongst staff. What was the information that you were sharing amongst staff?
How our individual work was going in terms of preparing the information that we were anticipating providing to council. So we met a number of occasions, but the most recent or the most close to this time was in December of 14th. And that was, again, we were working towards a report to council, and the timing of that was up in the air. We got together on the 14th to have a discussion around what work I had been doing, the conversations I had had with David up until this point. I conveyed our preliminary thoughts on the liability and what action items would be important to have Public Works be aware of. Again, that was all moving towards the ultimate timing and decision of a report to council.
So it wasn't important to you to make sure that you had reviewed in detail Mr. Bogosian's draft opinion by the time you went to the meeting with Public Works staff on December 14th?
So all of the parts were still in progress. I had a very detailed conversation with an assessment from Mr. Bogosian that I understood him to be putting into his draft opinion. So I didn't anticipate that there was going to be anything different than what we had discussed on the 11th. I felt confident that I had enough information to discuss, and the information in terms of the mitigation measures. The takeaway that I had from the call with Mr. Bogosian on the 11th was to have that conversation with Public Works and to see what they had been doing, what information they had, if any, that I might feed back into that conversation with David going forward. So it was very much in progress, and things were happening on a number of fronts. And so it was important to get that information together, and with the ultimate goal of providing council with a report.
So I think that yesterday you had indicated that your understanding was that Mr. Bogosian would share the trade wind results with Mr. Malone based on the conversation you had with him.
Yes.
Okay.
But he had some discussions with Mr. Malone, and they each had enough information to have the conversations and provide the preliminary thoughts that Mr. Bogosian had identified.
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand what that means. So
yes, I understood that they had spoken and that Mr. Bogosian and Mr. Malone had discussed the trade wind report results.
Okay, and what was your understanding based on? Why did you think that he had done that?
The conversation that we had, I can't recall specifics, but ultimately that was identified and confirmed in his written opinion.
Okay, so this is on December the 11th. You speak with Mr. Bogosian, and based on that conversation, you understand that Mr. Bogosian has shared the trade wind results with Mr. Malone.
Yes, I understood that they had discussed them.
Is there a difference between sharing the trade wind report and discussing it?
That's what I understood. I'm trying to clarify my understanding.
So was it your understanding that Mr. Bogosian had shared the trade wind results with Mr. Malone?
Yes, I wouldn't be able to have told you whether it was verbally or in writing, but yes, they had shared them, they had discussed them.
Okay. Registrar, if we could go back to the draft opinion, this is HAN 64356. We go to image 10. Actually, before we do that, could we pull up images 7 and 8 again? So this is the section of Mr. Bogosian's letter that summarizes the conversation between himself and Mr. Malone. Is there anything in this summary that suggested to you that Mr. Bogosian had shared the trade wind results with Mr. Malone?
So my understanding is that he was summarizing his discussion on the mitigation measures and the information that they had discussed. That was the primary focus of the conversation. That said, when I read further into the report and he identified that they had a discussion on the standards as per his telephone conversation, that I just read that as part of the conversation, and that they had discussed that the trade wind report in that context.
So Registrar, if you could pull up image 10. So in the second paragraph under the heading B, the city's response to the experts' findings and recommendations, it says, in our opinion, the friction testing in 2013 provided no basis in and of itself for any action to be taken, partly because Golder made no recommendation to the city about addressing the issue, and also because the 40 friction number apparently has no basis in industry standards recognized in Ontario per our conversation with Brian Malone. Is that the section of the report that you're referring to, or the opinion that you're referring to?
Yes.
So your evidence is that based on this one paragraph, you understood that Mr. Bogosian had shared the trade wind results with Mr. Malone?
So no, I believe that there was a number of pieces along the way that I had understood them to have conversations. I knew that when I spoke to David on the 11th, that he had identified that there was everything that SEMA would recommend was in their 2015 report, that it didn't change, that nothing was changed as a result of the trade wind report. This sentence in my mind was a written confirmation that they had that conversation, and that the resulting thoughts and opinions were on the basis that they had that conversation. It just made sense to me that, and there was no indication otherwise, that they hadn't had that conversation around the results of the Tradewind report, because that's what the purpose of the report was, of the opinion, was to confirm. So it wasn't in the absence of that, that was the understanding, and here were the references that that confirmed that when I read it, that I didn't have any concerns that they hadn't discussed the Tradewind report.
Nowhere in Mr. Bogosian's draft opinion does he say that SEMA does not have any additional safety recommendations in light of the Tradewind report.
So I made note of that in one of my earlier conversations, that everything SEMA recommended was in their 2015 report, or in their 2015 report. So that was my understanding, that there was nothing different that they would now be recommending.
And having reviewed the draft opinion letter from Mr. Bogosian, we don't see that conclusion anywhere. Or can you point me to a section of the opinion where you understood Mr. Bogosian to be saying that Mr. Malone had no additional safety recommendations?
No, there isn't anything specifically in the opinion that I can do at the moment.
And so is that something, did you discuss that with Mr. Bogosian? Did you ask him, why didn't you include that in the opinion?
No, I didn't.
I think you testified just now that one of the reasons you even retained Mr. Bogosian was because of the Tradewind report. And one of the reasons Mr. Bogosian was speaking with Mr. Malone was to share the Tradewind results with Mr. Malone. Is that fair?
Yes.
So that's a very important part of what Mr. Bogosian was retained to do, and he didn't address it in his opinion letter.
So I understood that he was. That was my understanding, is that this was on his opinion looked at those things and what, if any, liability or mitigation measures the city would need to take in light of that. And that's what I read his opinion to be saying.
Registrar, if you could go to image 1. So in the first paragraph, this is what Mr. Bogosian sets out he's been requested to do. He says, we confirm that you've requested us to provide you with an opinion on various matters as more fully set out below in light of the city's receipt of an FOI request related to the RHVP recently discovered in reports in the city's possession, which had not been disclosed on a previous FOI, and the interim steps to address safety of users of the RHVP prior to the resurfacing of the highway expected to commence in June 2019. So Mr. Bogosian says here that his understanding is that that's what he's been asked to provide an opinion on. Do you, having read the draft opinion, did you believe that Mr. Bogosian had in fact provided an opinion on the interim steps to address safety of users of the RHVP?
So my understanding was that that was in the context of him providing an assessment of the mitigation measures, and that he had discussed that in his opinion.
So your evidence is that when you believe that Mr. Bogosian did address this issue, the interim steps to address safety of users of the RHVP?
So not with that particular wording. As I was discussing yesterday, my understanding and the use of that language was to get at the issue of mitigation measures. So no, I didn't feel like he was doing, I did not believe that he was doing a safety assessment, but that he was providing his opinion on the liability and the mitigation measures. And that's what I was being provided.
Right, and I think yesterday you testified that the wording could have been better in terms of the email that you had sent to Mr.
It certainly could have.
And so you maintain that you didn't actually mean what you said in the email in terms of what you were asking Mr. Bogosian to do.
I had been using that terminology as it related to the discussion we had from SEMA's 2015 report and the countermeasures dealing with safety being reflective of the appropriate mitigation measures. So that, again, we were working quickly to get and to review this information. I didn't capture that here, and it could have been better from the beginning where that came from, or more clear where that came from. But that was certainly our understanding.
Right, and the language that you had used actually to Mr. Bogosian in your email and in the retainer letter was how to approach obtaining SEMA consultant input regarding protecting public safety on the road.
So I believe that was the language in the initial discussion, but again, it was related to a conversation of privilege and not for the purpose of preventing access to safety information.
Right, and so your evidence is that although that's the wording that you used in the email and the retainer letter, it's not actually what you meant.
Yes, but that language was just carried forward. There was a discussion and an understanding from the outset, and that language was really just carried forward where it could have been clarified at the beginning.
So, I mean, we can turn it up, but the retainer letter. So you send the email, and then you actually draft the retainer letter, and then you added some additional language in the retainer letter that said, including retaining the expert as if necessary. So you turned your mind to that paragraph of the retainer letter at the time, didn't you?
So perhaps we can go to the retainer letter in the absence of, or so that the witness can review it, because we haven't looked at it today.
Sure, why don't we do that?
Thank you.
Registrar, if you could pull up overview document 9A, image 214. So this is at paragraph 501. This is the email from you to Ms. McNeil, attaching the draft retainer, and then there it is on image 215 at the top under number 3. So when you drafted the retainer letter, you turned your mind to point number 3 in the retainer letter, and because you added words to it. You added the words, including retaining the expert if necessary.
Yes, and again, I did mention when we discussed this, I believe yesterday, that we were working very quickly to try and get Mr. Bogosian retained. We had a discussion around what we understood him to be doing. I was trying to capture that to the best of my ability while doing that very quickly. When I was sending it out the second time, I didn't capture the change in the nature of the discussion that we had for that point, but it did trigger in my mind that if he needed to retain the expert, I wanted to throw that in there. So that was what caught in my mind. I could have clarified the whole thing better. I don't disagree. I would want to make sure that was clearer, but I did have an additional thought around the retaining of the expert if he needed it to have in the discussion. So that's why I added that little piece. Again, it was based on the ultimate opinion, and our discussions were based on the understanding that I had.
That happen often that you find yourself writing something that you don't actually mean?
No, but it was certainly, when I sit here looking at this now, the amount of things that we were doing and the quickness that we were trying to bring this information, it's certainly unfortunate, but my practice, I think, has reflective of good work. So it was an unfortunate here that wasn't done, but
so
I don't think you'll hear any comments that's generally reflective of my work.
Okay. And in reviewing the materials in preparation for today, did you come across any other documents, emails, where you found yourself saying something that you didn't actually mean?
So I indicated this was something that could have been more clear. It was not something that I didn't mean. I don't think that's a characterization that I would agree with. It does indicate the connection in my mind between the interim safety measures that SEMA discussed and that we discussed with Mr. Bogosian in that 2015 report, the connection between those measures and the mitigation measures. The discussion was the exact same. The wording and how it was described, I was using the wording from CIMA's report. I could have been clearer and said that that was mitigation, but they were not apples and oranges. They were different kinds of apples that I was talking about. So it wasn't that I didn't mean it. It was that it could have been more clearly identified, and not that it was a completely different thing that I was talking about.
So you're saying that you got this language from the 2015 CIMA report? Is that what is that your evidence? It
was related to the countermeasures that CIMA had referred to as interim measures that could be done to deal with the issues that they had identified in that report.
So what you were intending, Mr. Bogosian, to do was to talk to CIMA about whether or not the countermeasures would be any different in light of the trade wind report.
And what if it, as those related to mitigation factors? Yes, like as that was what we had discussed as being appropriate and a source of mitigating factors in the discussion.
So what you meant was you wanted Mr. Bogosian to provide the trade wind results to CIMA to find out if any of the countermeasures or what you call the mitigating measures would be different in light of the trade wind report.
Mr. Commissioner, we've spent a lot of time on this topic, and I feel the witness has been very clear both yesterday and today as to what she meant when she used that language and her discussions with Mr. Bogosian on that point.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Lee, I'm inclined to agree with that. I think we understand the evidence, and we can take it from there.
I'm happy to move on.
Yeah.
Registrar, if we could turn up, okay, no, we're already at the overview document. So if you could go to page 249. So we looked at this already, but paragraph 588, you'll see that Mr. Sabot refers to wanting, he says that I know John would like David to help with the approach to giving notice to the city's current and former insurers. Do you recall any discussions about having Mr. Bogosian be involved in the notice that would be provided to insurers?
No, I don't.
And we know that you sent the draft opinion to Mr. Sabot once you received it. Did you send it to anyone else?
Not that I recall.
Did you share it with Ms. McNeil?
No, I don't believe I did.
Why wouldn't you have shared it with Ms. McNeil?
Because she was not involved on the litigation and opinion side. She was conducting her work on the FOI approach and assisting with that. It wouldn't have been something that I would have sought her expertise on. Because that's what I was dealing with Mr. Sabot for.
Okay. Yeah, I think you testified Ms. McNeil was dealing with the FOI request. Mr. Sabot was dealing with the liability assessment.
Yes, and we were having, general conversations around what was happening, but that was her area of expertise. And Mr. Sabot, as the deputy city solicitor, was had a great deal of expertise in the area of litigation.
And was it your understanding, did you know if Ms. McNeil was giving any advice to Public Works on the liability assessment side of things?
That would not have been my understanding.
Okay. So your understanding is that she was giving legal advice directly to Public Works, but only on the FOI request stuff?
Yes.
And possibly on the audit services. I think that we covered that yesterday.
I believe, again, she was really focused on the FOI. The occasional, I think identified. I didn't believe that she was really giving advice on that, but no, she was speaking with them. So yeah, that may not be a distinction.
And so your understanding is that Public Works would have been looking for advice on the litigation side from you and Mr. Sabot,
Yes.
not Ms. McNeil.
I don't believe so, but again, they had various relationships and would have conversations about things that they needed to. I don't know that there would have been a bright line drawn there, but that was my understanding, is that that was the work she was doing. What individual people called her or discussed with her, I wouldn't be able to say.
Registrar, if we could pull up HAM 64355. We'll go to image 3. So these are the notes of the December 14th, 2018 meeting that has come up a few times yesterday and this morning. So where it says topics to discuss, PW 18008, get appendices. Is that something that you would have written down going into the meeting, or would you have taken that during the meeting?
So it can be both. It could have been both, but I believe that this was in advance of the meeting.
And before I get into the notes of the meeting, so in terms of the attendees, we have Mr. McGuire, Mr. Soldo, Mr. McKinnon, and I take it Mike Z is Mr. Zagarek.
Yes.
Was Mr. Sabot at this meeting?
I don't recall. If I didn't identify him there, it may be because he wasn't there, or it could be because I was capturing the others. I can't say for sure.
And when you make notes, do you usually try to
I
list?
usually capture everybody who's in the room.
Okay, so it's possible Mr. Sabot wasn't here.
I believe that's the most likely possibility, but.
Okay. And so under questions to ask, where it says short-term measures, SEMA to confirm. So under those few bullets under questions to ask, again, would you have made those notes before going into the meeting?
I believe so. They may have been things that came up, but usually those were where I was asking things I wanted to ask through the meeting.
So where it says short-term measures, SEMA to confirm, what is that referring to?
That was asking Public Works to confirm the work that they had done that SEMA recommended.
And that's the work, and that's the recommendations coming out of the 2015 SEMA report?
Yes, or any others that they were working on, but yes, in general.
Okay, so you wanted Public Works to confirm
what of the SEMA recommendations they had completed.
Okay. Did you have that discussion with them at this meeting?
Yes.
What did they tell you?
I believe that they had said that they had done the majority of it, and there may be a few items that they were continuing to work on. And those, I believe, I identified in the report as the cat eyes, or the friction, not the friction, the enforcement and the signs.
And is that under the note ES? Is that what you're referring to? Actually,
That was part of it. I believe it is later in
why
the notes.
don't we pull up, Registrar, if you could pull up the next image as well, then we'll have the complete note. There it is.
Yeah, so I raised the question with them, and I believe that they were going to either provide me with something ultimately that would identify those, and that there wasn't anything of substance that they hadn't undertaken.
So which note are you looking at? I just want to make sure I understand what you're looking at.
So in general, I raised that question. It's on the second page under number 1. It says confirm SEMA recommendations.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I note that in the earlier page at the beginning of the meeting, Mr. Soldo was identifying the enforcement and speeding, like to deal with the speeding issue, and looking at whether they were going to install cat eyes, or I'm not sure if that was something they'd already done or not, but those are some notes that I was taking on that conversation.
So Mr. Soldo was telling you what safety recommendations they were going to be implementing?
I can't recall if it was things that they were going to be doing or things that they had already done. But we were discussing them and they were going to confirm that with me, which I believe they did in a chart that I had later.
What is the chart that you had later? Is that the appendix A to PW?
Yes, the appendix, yeah. Which is what I was asking them to get to me at the beginning of the meeting.
I see. Okay, so you were asking them to confirm what recommendations from the 2015 SEMA report had already been implemented.
Yeah, and then what, if anything, from the 2018 report as well, because that's the appendix to that report,
Okay,
which is both, right? It had, I believe.
okay. And why were you asking that information?
Because that was the takeaway that I had from Mr. Bogosian's conversation, which was in order to put the city in the best position with respect to liability, the number of mitigation matters or mitigation things that we could do, the more that we could complete, the better the city's position would be.
So there was, okay, so you're having this conversation about determining what safety measures have been implemented.
So my part of the conversation was passing on that information. Public Works was sharing what they had been doing with up until this point in terms of the review. We discussed the reports that they were working on, and then this was my addition to that. So Mr. McGuire had some conversations, some discussion around the friction as well, and then my comments and my input was that the mitigation and the liability conversation that David and I had, I was passing that on, and that was my kind of contribution to the discussion.
So when you said that Mr. McGuire had some discussion around the friction, what did Mr. McGuire say?
So I tried my best to make notes of that conversation. It was a little technical in terms of what, but I did my best to make notes around what he was discussing there.
What did you discuss?
I can't recall the specifics. Like I said, I tried to identify it as best as possible in my notes.
So tell me, with the benefit of your notes, what is your best recollection of what Mr. McGuire said about the friction?
That there wasn't anything to be done to the surface in advance of the work being done that was scheduled for 2019. That there wasn't anything that was needed to be done prior to that work being completed.
Did he say why he came to that conclusion?
He may have. I don't recall.
And you're referring to the board can't do anything to surface note, is that?
Yes.
And there's a note that says, did prelim review tender timing, I think?
Timing, I believe so. I tried to transcribe it. I don't know if we have those, but yeah.
And so what is that referring to?
I believe that was referring to the fact that they were tendering the work to redo the pavement, but I can't be certain.
Okay, and was there a discussion of the Golder pavement evaluation from 2017?
I believe so. I made the note of the November 2017 Golder information there.
And what did Mr. McGuire or anyone else say about that pavement evaluation?
I don't recall. Again, I tried to make the notes, but I don't recall what we discussed.
Do you recall them telling you that the third pendulum test was not completed by Golder?
That's what I wrote down. But yes, I can't. Again, I don't recall the specifics of that discussion.
Okay. And it says meet with consultant should go ahead. Did Mr. McGuire said that they were going to go ahead with the further friction testing?
I don't know I don't know what that was referring to.
So just looking at the first page, under questions to ask in the second bullet, it says SEMA question. So the questions to ask, those bullets, did you recall you had made those going into the meeting?
I think so. Again, I don't remember.
What was the SEMA question that you had?
I don't recall.
Okay, and then it says Golder meeting, questions to ask. What's that?
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
I understand that Mr. McGuire actually met with Golder on December the 18th. Is it possible that that's what you were talking about?
It's possible.
Was there any discussion of the upcoming meeting between Mr. McGuire and Golder?
Not that I recall. I didn't make a note of it.
Well, where it says meet with consultant should go ahead. Could that be what you were talking about?
I don't remember.
Okay. So on the first page where it says notes, it says Zagaric, and then there's an arrow. It says Bogosian, and then it says would recommendations change with Golder friction testing? And then there's a note that says SEMA /share friction testing to assess outstanding /safety. So did Mr. McGuire say, sorry, Mr. Zagaric say that Mr. Bogosian should share the friction testing with SEMA to assess outstanding safety?
I don't remember what that part of the discussion. That doesn't bring back any memories for me.
Okay, but when you're making notes, I take it you're trying to record to the best of your ability what's being said at the meeting?
Yeah, although I don't know what that would have been.
You don't know what that would have been?
I don't know what part of the conversation I was trying to capture there. It doesn't ring any bells for me.
So where it says Zagaric, do you usually write down who is speaking?
I do.
Okay, so could it be that Mr. Zagaric was saying that we should that you should have Mr. Bogosian share the friction testing with SEMA to assess outstanding safety?
I do not remember. I can't answer that. I don't know what that refers to.
And the note that says would recommendations change with Golder friction testing? Do you recall having a discussion with public works staff about whether or not SEMA's recommendations would change with the friction testing?
I don't have a specific recollection about that.
So earlier today, you testified that your understanding coming out of this meeting was that SEMA and Public Works were dealing with each other directly and that they were sharing information and that they were getting whatever, and SEMA was getting whatever information it needed. Is that a fair characterization of your evidence about this meeting?
Yes, that Public Works and SEMA were working on those issues and having that conversation through their reports.
Okay, so now that we have the notes of the meeting, who told you that?
I don't recall. I know that that was my understanding from leaving the meeting, but I don't recall that a specific statement being made.
So your general understanding is that Public Works was dealing with SEMA, and that might have included sharing the Tradewind report with SEMA?
Again, I understood that they all had the information that they needed, and if they needed to share that, then that's what they would have been doing.
Right, but here we have a note that says Zagaric saying SEMA /share friction testing to assess outstanding safety. And there's a note that specifically refers to Bogosian.
So again, I apologize. I do not remember what the context or what I was capturing in that discussion. I can't answer that.
So at the time of this meeting, you had information from Mr. Bogosian that SEMA would not have any additional safety recommendations in light of the Tradewind report.
That was my understanding from the conversation that I made a note of, yes.
Right, and did you share that information with the Public Works staff on this call?
So in the context that we wanted to ensure that we had done everything in SEMA's recommendations from that, yes, that was the nature of the discussion.
Did you tell the Public Works staff that Mr. Bogosian had talked to SEMA about the Tradewind results?
I don't know for certain. I don't recall. I believe I would have had that as part of the discussion, but I don't recall specifically.
Right, it would have been an important thing to raise as part of this discussion, that Mr. Bogosian had talked to SEMA about the Tradewind results?
Yes, and I believe that I would have had that conversation with them as I was discussing the liability component.
Okay, and so, but you say you would have, but you don't actually remember.
I don't remember, no.
Okay. And did you convey to the public works staff that SEMA told Mr. Bogosian that there would be no additional safety recommendations in light of the trade wind results?
I don't recall whether that was a specific statement that I made, but I did identify that we were working on the premise and that Mr. Bogosian's liability review to this point indicated that the city should, and that his recommendation was that the city should complete as much of that work that they haven't already done as quickly as possible. So that was the takeaway for me. That was what information I needed to pass on to them.
So you didn't think that Mr. Malone saying that there were no additional safety recommendations in light of the trade wind report was necessary information to pass on to public works staff?
So I felt that that was implied by my indication that they should do all of those things. I don't know that I would have made that particular distinction, but that my recommendation and David's was that they complete all of that work, and that obviously if there were new things to add or if there was anything else, then we would have identified that. So I think that was sort of common sense to deal with that component.
So you think that it would have been implied to public works staff that Mr. Malone didn't have any additional safety recommendations, but you didn't actually say it?
So again, Mr. Commissioner, I hate to interrupt, but the witness has been very clear that she was dealing with liability and that the information that she was getting and receiving were liability. And so I just don't think it's a fair characterization to say that Mr. Malone was providing to Mr. Bogosian advice, safety advice in light of Ms. Audie's prior evidence.
I think that's right. I think that what Mr. Malone appears to have said was that they would have no further recommendations apart from those in the SEMA 2015 and 2018 reports, of which, in respect of the latter, there was a draft that Mr. Bogosian had. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's the extent of what Mr. Malone said. And I think I understand Ms. Audie's advice to be that she didn't feel that she had to communicate any of that to the public works staff.
Well, I think her evidence was that she conveyed the information as it related to liability, but of course, Ms. Audie can.
She communicated that from the perspective that she was looking at all of this, it was important that the city complete any of the recommendations that remained unimplemented in order to minimize liability.
I believe that's been her evidence.
That is the extent of the conversation that she said she had with public works staff, if I understand correctly.
That's my understanding as well, Mr. Commissioner.
So I'm not sure whether the question is going beyond that, Ms. Lee, or whether it's in effect restating
I think
what we've established.
I have actually now forgotten my question. So why don't I ask a new one?
Okay, that's
Okay.
proceed that way.
In terms of, no, I think I recall it now. It was about the implication. I think that Ms. Audie had said that it was implied, and I just wanted to understand what exactly was implied, because that's where I'm having trouble with trying to understand what exactly was conveyed to public works staff about the discussion between Mr. Bogosian and Mr. Malone.
And again, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I wonder if we could put Miss Audie's transcription up. Just might be a bit easier for her to read as she use the notes.
Sure. So that is at, I wonder if we could do it side by side. HAM 643. No, 64364, sorry. And then if you could go to image 3. No, image 2, sorry.
So can you repeat your question, please?
Yeah, so when you say that it was implied, I just want to understand what was implied.
So in my mind, we were having a conversation. So my discussions around this issue were dealing with the liability and conveying Mr. Bogosian's advice that the city complete all of the work that SEMA had recommended that they do. And that report, so that came from both the 2015 SEMA report and the current work that Public Works was doing with SEMA, that was the 18008 report, so that whatever recommendations SEMA had made to the city that they should do. And it was my understanding that by saying that the implication was there wasn't anything new. Like I was asking them to make sure that they did that work. Had there been anything different or new or additional, then we would have had that conversation, but they would have been getting that from SEMA directly. Because SEMA was giving them the safety advice on what to do for the safety of the road, not me. I was saying from a liability perspective, you've been given this safety review, go do that, make sure that that work is being done. So that was how those pieces are connected.
Okay, and I think that you said that you may have also, sorry, I may have lost the thread on this, in terms of whether or not you told, did you tell the public works staff that Mr. Bogosian had shared the trade wind results with Mr. Malone?
I don't recall that level of detail being part of the discussion. As I've indicated, the conversation was, we're doing all this work with SEMA, we're getting reports done, we're having information provided to us. My contributions were, we've had a conversation, preliminary discussion with David on the liability. I believe that they knew that we were speaking to Mr. Malone as part of that. And as a result, David's advice was, SEMA has given you information, complete that work, that will assist the city with liability. And presumably then that's also work you would have normally been doing to address the safety concerns. So like that, they were part and parcel and they sort of tied together.
I still don't understand if you told public works staff that Mr. Bogosian had shared the trade wind results with Mr. Malone.
So again, I think her answer was that she doesn't recall if it got into that level of detail. It was the first thing that she said in response to that question. So
let me put it this way. I'm proceeding on the basis that she did not tell PW staff that Mr. Bogosian had shared the results with Mr. Malone.
Okay, thank you.
In whatever form those results took.
Right. Right, and I think Ms. Oddie, you said that where there's a note that says with recommendations change with Golder friction testing, that you have no recollection of that even coming up.
So I don't recall that part of the conversation.
So the note that says under PW reviewing safety audit, what can we do interim? So you had it, what is that note referring to?
So I believe that was referring to the fact that Public Works was reviewing the information that had been provided to them by SEMA. And we were wanting to discuss what, if any, measures we could do in the interim. What other items were there to do, to complete from that work? So they were assessing and reviewing that.
And then, Registrar, if you could go to the next page on the handwritten notes. There's a note in the middle of the page that says, we need to be confident the safety issue has been addressed. The arrow that says completed SEMA. What is that note?
So that was something that was said at the meeting, that we were wanting to ensure that the concerns that had been addressed, the safety issue had been addressed, and that they had completed all the work that SEMA had recommended.
So somebody at the meeting said, we need to be confident the safety issue has been addressed.
Yes.
Do you recall who said that?
No,
And so what discussion ensued from that?
I don't recall.
Did the public works staff say that they were confident the safety issue had been addressed?
I don't know whether it was said specifically, but I certainly understood that to be the case.
What led you to that understanding?
There was I didn't make any notes. I didn't identify anything else that was a concern. And had there been a safety issue or some other issue that they had not completed, I'm confident that I would have made note of that.
And I think that your evidence is that you did not know if Public Works had shared the trade results with SEMA, but you kind of left it to them to share whatever was required. Is that a fair characterization?
I don't know whether they did. I don't know. I don't recall having a specific conversation around that, but it certainly was my understanding that they were working with SEMA ongoing and that they were aware and had the trade wind report with them. And if there was any concerns that they would have had regarding that information and what they were doing, that they would have had that conversation. I'm confident that I was confident that they were doing and having that conversation as needed.
So you came out of this meeting confident that Public Works staff had shared the trade wind results with SEMA?
No, I was confident that they were doing what they felt they needed to do to confirm what they needed to do to assess the safety of the road. But that wasn't my primary concern, that they were doing that work, and that I was confident that they were doing that to the best of their ability.
Commissioner, it's just past 11. I went a couple minutes over. We can take our morning break.
Okay, let's take a break. We'll return at 11:15.
Thank you. Ms. Audi, just before we leave the December 14th meeting, I just have a few more questions. So Registrar, if you could pull up the notes again, it's HAM 64355. If you could go to image 4. So Ms. Audi, at the bottom of the page, it says greater scrutiny or friction test. What role for Gary? What does that note?
I apologize. I don't remember anything about that particular comment.
Okay, did you discuss the role for Gary Moore?
I don't remember.
And then underneath it, it says Mayor, Police Service Board update. What can be said? What's that note?
So I don't recall sort of the details around that. I know that the mayor was the chair of the Police Services Board, and what I appear to have noted there was that there was a question around what if anything can be said or to provide an update to the board, but I don't recall what we discussed.
Okay. And I think I had asked you earlier, but now that you've got the benefit of your notes, I wanted to just confirm. What was your understanding of the scope of the SEMA 2018 roadside safety assessment?
I understood it to be an update and further work on the work that they had done from 2015, but that was a public works report. I don't know that I had any greater detail about it than that.
Okay, so you believe that it was an update to the 2015 safety report?
Well, an update insofar as it was a next iteration of that work. So I don't know if update is the right word, but that they were conducting a safety audit of the Red Hill.
Okay, and safety audit generally was your understanding?
Yes,
okay.
But again, it wasn't my report.
Right, but in your understanding, did you have an understanding that it was limited just to roadside safety?
I can't say that I would have had that fine a distinction.
I see. Registrar, could you go to the next image? Ms. Audi, so here are some undated notes. Do you recall when these notes were made?
No, I don't.
There's a note that says remedial, Edward Soldo, board, and then speed, and it says flashing beacon slippery when wet. Does that assist you at all?
No, sorry.
And then Registrar, if you could go to the next page. Do you recall when this note was made?
No, I don't.
Is it possible that this was from the January 8th, 2019 call that you referred to?
I don't know. I can't say.
Okay. Then Registrar, if you could go to the next page. What about this? Is this a continuation of the previous one?
I don't recall this note in what order the pages were in. I apologize, or if they were connected.
And then Registrar, if you could go to the next page. And here we have 5 items that are listed. What's this note?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay, Registrar, you can take this document down. Thanks. So Mr. Bogosian provided his draft opinion to you December 13th, 2018. I think you testified that you then spoke with him about it on January the 8th, 2019.
That's my recollection.
And did you need any further information from him before he could finalize the opinion?
I don't believe there was anything at the end of that discussion that required further work. However, I didn't ask him to finalize it at that point. I wanted to wait and make sure that we had any information that might come up between now and when the report was ultimately finalized.
When was your plan for when you would want to finalize it?
That was the question at this moment. We didn't know that. We were still trying to determine when the report would go and what other pieces were being looked at the time. So we hadn't decided that yet, as far as I know. We're trying to get it to them in January, but we were still working on that.
So was the thinking that you would finalize Mr. Bogosian's opinion before the report to council?
Before the ultimate report to council, yes. Like the final report to council with all the information.
And I think you testified that at the January 8th, 2019 meeting, Mr. Bogosian actually clarified that Mr. Malone hadn't ranked slipperiness of the road surface as the highest contributing factor. Did you ask Mr. Bogosian to clarify that in his opinion?
I did ask him to clarify that. I don't recall specifically what he said, but my understanding following that was that SEMA hadn't drawn a conclusion as to the ranking of the causes, but that there were, contributing factors and that those were discussed in his opinion letter.
Did you ask him to just clarify that in the opinion letter itself?
Not at that. I don't recall having that discussion with him. No.
So I want to just turn to the meeting with the mayor on December the 18th.
Okay.
Oh, do you recall that meeting?
I don't recall the specifics. I recall that it happened, who was there, and generally what we discussed.
Who was there?
From my recollection, it was Mr. Zagaric, as he leads the meetings with the mayor. He had sought Mr. McKinnon to be there. I believe that Mr. McGuire was there as well, in addition to myself. There may have been others, but I don't recall.
And tell me about your recollection of that meeting.
So my recollection was that the purpose of the meeting was to give the mayor a briefing of the issues and the information that staff had up until this point. What we were, and particularly to seek his confirmation on the timing and the balance that staff were trying to strike between bringing information to council quickly versus having additional time to complete their review in order to provide council with the best available information at the time that the report was brought. And he confirmed that approach as being appropriate for bringing back to the next cycle of council in January.
When you say that he confirmed the approach, is that the approach of doing the interim report first and then a more fulsome report?
I'm not sure whether that level of detail was like whether that particular aspect of it was discussed with him, but bringing information to council either in January and with as much information as possible. But we also identified that the release of the FOI was part of the consideration. So there may be, timing issues associated with that.
And what information did the staff at the meeting provide to the mayor about the trade wind report?
So I don't recall the specifics of what Public Works would have identified with that in that regard. I was there to present the mayor with my contribution, which was an assessment of the preliminary assessment and discussions around the potential liability issues that we were investigating.
So what did you tell the mayor about the preliminary assessment?
So I don't recall specifically. At that point, I had an initial discussion with David. I can't recall whether I had an opportunity to fully review his opinion letter, but I would have identified that we were retaining outside counsel and proceeding to get an opinion, ultimately to identify to council what potential liability and what potential mitigation measures might be available to council.
And you left it to Public Works staff to talk to the mayor about the trade wind report?
Yes, that was why Mr. Zagaric had brought both subject matter experts on the technical side and myself on the legal component.
Whose decision was it to have this initial discussion with the mayor?
So my recollection was that it was the interim city manager who had wanted to have that discussion. Generally speaking, it's his role to coordinate the relationship and the discussions between staff and the mayor and council.
And that's Mr. Zagaric?
That would be Mr. Zagaric, yes.
Was there any discussion about going to council on an interim basis at that time instead of just going to the mayor?
Instead of what, sorry?
Instead of just having this meeting with the mayor, but actually just going to council and providing your interim report at that point?
My understanding was that the mayor was comfortable with the information that he had been provided, that our approach was appropriate. Had there been a concern or anything identified that changed or had that a different effect on the mayor, then we would have had the opportunity to bring something quickly or verbally to council the next day. There was a council meeting remaining in the year, and that, to my recollection, wasn't necessary and wasn't suggested as needed.
Is it common to have a preliminary or heads up meeting to the mayor before you go to council on something?
I can't speak to sort of the general nature of that. I know it does that the mayor is briefed on items. Certainly, my understanding was that happened through the city manager. And should there, be a concern or a particular issue that they wanted to get his thoughts on, that was not an uncommon thing to do.
So going into the holidays, I take it that the plan was to bring the report to council in January 2019.
As soon as possible to the next, once we had, I don't know that January was specifically identified, but as quickly as possible, the next cycle was in January of committee meetings and council meetings. And once we had the information that felt was necessary, then we would bring that report to council. I don't know whether the discussion of an interim or pieces of that report coming in iterations was discussed.
Did the mayor indicate that there was any sense of urgency to bring it to council?
I don't recall that specifically. I do recall that he was supportive of the approach, which was get the information needed and bring it to council as soon as that information was available.
Registrar, could you pull up overview document 9A, image 265? So you'll see at paragraph 623 that on December the 18th, Mr. McGuire forwards a scan of the draft 2017 Golder pavement evaluation report to you and to Mr. Sabot. What was your understanding of why Mr. McGuire was providing you with this report?
I don't recall.
Did you review the report?
I would have taken a look at it, but I don't recall specifically.
Registrar, if you could go to the next page. Could you put up the next one in addition to this? So in the middle of the page on page 267, there's a reference to the BPN value. Do you see that? So do you recall Public Works staff telling you that Golder had done a pavement evaluation, but the results were considered low, but because of the snowfall, they would not be considered reliable?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Do you recall Public Works staff telling you about the results of the 2017 Golder pavement evaluation?
Vaguely, yes, not sort of calling it specifically, but I do recall that at some point that was mentioned. And this was the technical component of the Public Works materials. So that I would have been listening, but I don't know that that would have been something that, yeah.
Do you recall knowing that one of the tests that Golder performed yielded results that were considered to be low, but ultimately because of snowfall, they were not reliable?
Again, I do recall it being discussed at some point, but I can't say anything beyond that.
Okay, and then in the last paragraph before it says closure, there's a reference to an immediate effective solution would be to carry out shot blasting / skid abrading of areas of concern. Do you recall any discussion with Public Works about that as a potential interim measure?
No.
Did Mr. McGuire discuss his meeting with with Golder with you?
Not that I recall.
Just coming out of the December 14th, 2018 meeting with Public Works, did you have any to-do items on your list coming out of that meeting?
Not that I made note of. I was continuing to work on identifying the report, the opinion for preparing the report to council. So after the mayor confirmed the approach, continued to do that into the new year, but I didn't make note of anything in particular. Wanted confirmation from Public Works and getting that. Sorry, I'm just trying to go back to my memory of those notes. So I believe I was looking to get confirmation from Public Works on what they had and hadn't completed, and I believe that was subsequently provided to me. So that, if anything, that was my takeaway, was to get that appendix and confirm what had and hadn't been done.
And from your perspective, what was Public Works going to do coming out of that meeting?
I didn't make note of their action items. I believe they were continuing to prepare reports and conduct get information from CIMA on the reports that they were doing. I can't say what in particular they were actioned with.
Okay, Registrar, if you could pull up image 279. So at paragraph 649, you'll see that there's an email from Mr. McGuire to you and to Mr. Sabot on January 3rd, asking if either of you had connected with Mr. Malone on this matter. And he says, I'm meeting today on this and wanted to understand next steps. Did you have any understanding of why Mr. McGuire would think that you or Mr. Sabot would be connecting with Mr. Malone?
I can't say specifically what Mr. McGuire was referring to.
Is it possible that coming out of the December 14th meeting, Mr. McGuire's understanding was that legal would be connecting further with Mr. Malone?
I don't recall that being discussed. I don't need to have to confirm with Mr. McGuire what he was referring to.
Okay. So you don't recall coming out of that meeting having that as an
No, I don't. I would have made note of that.
Did you talk to Mr. Sabot about Mr. McGuire's email?
I don't recall whether I did on that day. I'm not entirely certain I was in the office, but I may.
Okay, and at paragraph 650, you'll see that Mr. Sabot replied, advising that he was in the office if Mr. McGuire wished to discuss. Do you have any further memory of what may have happened with Mr. Sabot and Mr. McGuire?
No, I don't believe I was involved.
Registrar, if you could go to the next page, image 280. So at paragraph 654, you'll see an email from Mr. McKinnon on January the 3rd saying, hi, Nicole, are you available for a call today? I'd like to discuss the below and what our plan is for updating council. I've kind of lost the thread on this. Do you recall speaking with Mr. McKinnon?
I don't. Sorry.
And so what was the plan for updating council at this point?
As I understood it, we were continuing to prepare a report, but I can't recall specifically what my thoughts were at that moment.
And
But
then,
the plan was as discussed with the mayor, which was to bring a report to council once we had all the information pulled together, as far as I knew.
and then at paragraph 655, you'll see there is a calendar invite for a meeting scheduled for January 7th, 2019. You could pull up the next image, Registrar. And it includes Jen Racine, Ms. Graham, Mr. Zagaric, Mr. McKinnon, Mr. McGuire, Karen Gordon, and you. Do you recall attending a meeting with Karen Gordon?
I do, vague, sort of.
I understand that Ms. Gordon was the principal of a crisis management firm.
Yes.
And so at this, were you involved in the decision to retain a crisis management firm?
No, I was not.
Do you recall the meeting on January the 7th, 2019?
No, not beyond what's in the notes.
Okay. And when you say the notes, you're referring to what, that paragraph 656?
Yes.
Okay. And these are Ms. Graham's notes of that meeting.
Yeah, sorry, that's very small. I'm trying to see. I need to get my glasses done.
Maybe we can have them called out.
Yeah. So
Thank you.
so under, you'll see there's a point that says friction in the middle of the call out there. And then it says 2015, SEMA went through roadside safety audit collision analysis and said it would be a good idea to do a friction test. They didn't know we had one already. And I think yesterday you testified that you didn't know if SEMA had the trade run results when it completed its 2015 report.
Yeah, that wasn't my report. So the nature of it, I can't speak to.
Right, but by January the 7th, you would have known that SEMA didn't have the trade run report.
I believe so, yes.
And then
At the time they did it, yes.
Yes, okay. And then Registrar, if you could go to the next image. Do you recall discussing a crisis communications plan?
Not beyond what you see identified here. I remember being at the meeting, but I don't recall the specifics.
Registrar, if you could just call out the section immediately below where it says options for updating. Here. Yes, thank you. So you'll see it says GIC Jan 16 goal, council Jan 23 plan B. Do you recall those as target dates for a report to council?
They would have been based on the council schedule, but I don't recall specifically that discussion.
Okay, and do you have, because we know that ultimately your report goes to council on January 23rd.
Yes.
It doesn't go at the GIC meeting on January 16th. Do you recall why it didn't go on January 16th?
Not specifically, no.
But by January 16th, you would have had enough of the information you needed for your litigation report. Is that fair?
I had part of it. We hadn't finalized Mr. Bogosian's opinion at that point. There was still additional pieces that were coming together. So it was a collaborative discussion as to when that report would be prepared and ultimately what information would be provided. We were working through that with with the other people involved.
What were the additional pieces that needed to come together for the purposes of your initial litigation report?
The finalization of the opinion. We were working on the communications component. There were other reports that Public Works were working on with respect to the Red Hill as well. So all of that was coming together.
Okay, but I had understood that there was no outstanding items for Mr. Bogosian as of January 2019.
Yes, except I wanted him to have, if there was any additional information between now and the time we went to council, wanted him to have an opportunity to make sure that he addressed those.
Right, but you could have gone to council on January 16th with the litigation report.
I understood that our information that we were provided to the mayor was to bring all of the background information, and that there were other components to that were still being undertaken. And
the other components were the Public Works reports?
The Public Works reports, their background, the discussion around the history and the context of the work that was being done on the Red Hill as a whole. Yes.
Was your understanding from the mayor that all of the reports should go at once to council?
I don't recall we had a specific discussion about that issue. I do recall we wanted to have as much of the completeness of the picture of the work and activities that were happening on the Red Hill to discuss together. Is that, in my experience, that's the best way for council to digest all of that information rather than piecemeal to have it collective together for them. It's much more valuable to them.
Okay, so as of this time in January of 2019, had there been a decision about going to council all at once versus on an interim basis and then a second report?
I don't recall.
And I think yesterday you testified that the reason you ultimately did the initial legal report on January 23rd was because of it was driven by the release of the FOI materials. Is that?
It was driven by the concern that they might be released prior to council having an opportunity to have any update on it. Yes.
And in terms of timing, I understand that the materials were released to the FOI office on January the 14th, 2019. Is that?
I don't recall.
But once you knew that they were being released to the FOI office, it became clear that you needed to do that heads up report to council.
Yes, that was the concern, was that there was no and staff, like the rest of staff outside of the FOI office, had no input into the say and the timing around the FOI office's review. So there was a chance and one that we couldn't quantify in terms of how quickly that review would be done. So it was important for us that council had some information that we were working on this issue. And then in advance of the fulsome report being provided, once it was prepared.
But the Public Works reports were not ready by the time you went to council on January 23rd.
I believe we were. That's my recollection, but I can't. Yeah, I don't recall specifically.
Okay, but that's your recollection of why everything didn't go together on January 23rd.
Yes, to the best of my memory, there was a great deal going on.
I appreciate that. Okay, Registrar, if you could turn up image 284. So at paragraph 660, there's a transcription of Mr. Bogosian's notes from a call on January the 8th, 2019. And I think that you had given some evidence already about the January 8th, 2019 call. Was Mr. Sabot on this call?
I don't recall.
So I think you testified about clarifying with Mr. Bogosian the ranking of Mr. Malone's ranking of the contributions to wet weather collisions. Apart from that, what do you recall from the January 8th, 2019 call?
Just based on Mr. Bogosian's notes, I would have identified that the media consultant was being engaged, that we were working on preparing those reports, but I don't have any other specific recollections.
And so what was the purpose of getting on a call with Mr. Bogosian on January the 8th?
In part to discuss my comments, I believe, on the opinion, but to also identify the fact that the media consultant was being engaged.
Why did you want to tell Mr. Bogosian that?
I felt it was important to him. I had asked him initially to also be engaged and involved if there were media or council reports or things to review. So I felt it was important that he be advised of that taking place, because I was going to rely on him for his assistance in reviewing that material as well.
Okay, and there's in the second row, you'll see it says further testing list had been done, but no one knew about it. Do you recall what that is?
No, I don't.
Okay, and then it says GIC meeting Jan 16th, her and Gord will speak. Do you recall talking to Mr. Bogosian about January 16th?
Not specifically. I know we would have discussed what the possible dates would be to bring a report to council. And GIC and council would have been scheduled already for those dates.
And when there's where it says her and Gord will speak, do you recall wanting to talk to Mr. McGuire about that?
No, I believe I would have been advising Mr. Bogosian that we would be doing that Public Works and Legal would be doing the discussion. But that's all I remember.
Right. So at this time, the idea was that Public Works and Legal would present the reports together.
Yeah, that there would be two components to it, the technical aspect and the legal aspect.
Okay. Potentially on January 16th.
At some point, yes.
And then it says Gary's concern top-down cracking. Do you recall telling Mr. Bogosian that?
I don't.
Do you recall having any knowledge of Gary's concern being top-down cracking?
I have an understanding that was specifically the details, or a concern at least.
And then it says cover greater than $ on experts. Do you have any recollection about talking to Mr. Bogosian about experts?
I don't know what that is referring to, no.
And then it says stand in UK. Do you recall talking to Mr. Bogosian about the standard in the UK?
At some point, yes.
And what was the discussion about the standard in the UK?
I understood that it was not a standard that was equally recognized in Canada or North America, but I'm not sure exactly what that note refers to.
And then where it says Golder did friction testing in 2017, referenced in November 18 staff report. And then it refers to the two tests were adequate while third pendulum test was, and then it goes on. It doesn't finish. Do you recall telling Mr. Bogosian about the 2017 Golder pavement evaluation?
I don't recall the details of the conversation.
Do you recall conveying to Mr. Bogosian that there was a 2017 pavement evaluation?
I apologize. I don't recall the specifics of that.
So you had received the draft Golder report with the pavement evaluation results. I think we looked at that December 18th, 2018.
Okay.
Did you provide that to Mr. Bogosian?
I don't remember if I did. I haven't seen an email to that effect. I don't believe.
Did you think that it was relevant information for Mr. Bogosian to inform his liability assessment, to know about the 2017 pavement evaluation results?
I don't believe that was part of the scope of what we discussed, but I would have to check.
What would you be checking?
I don't, if there were any of the documents or anything that would indicate that that was part of what I had asked him to give an opinion on. It was the trade wind report that was our primary concern. I believe we provided him with a number of other reports for background.
Right. I think that the documents do show that you had provided Mr. Bogosian with the November 26, 2018 email from
Yes.
Golder, which included some of the results.
Okay.
And so that was provided to Mr. Bogosian on December the 7th. It was one of the 4 reports.
I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. Yes, I'm assuming that that's the case.
Okay. And so did you consider whether or not you should be updating Mr. Bogosian now that you had the draft Golder report?
I don't recall.
Registrar, if we could go to image 294. You'll see at paragraph 682, there's an email from Mr. McKinnon to Mr. Soldo and Mr. McGuire. This is on January the 10th. And it says, gents, regarding the A version to the previous report is coming forward. Once you have all of your material, can you talk and see how much we could accelerate it? Legal is struggling with the reason for going in camera in the absence of some other report. I need to get a sense of what's the absolute soonest we could bring it. Do you recall struggling with the reason for going in camera in the absence of another report?
No, I don't. I don't recall what that was referring to. My ability to go in camera on litigation and solicitor-client matters is part of the exemptions in the Municipal Act. So I'm not sure what that would have been referring to.
Was it common for legal to bring a report to council on its own without another report?
Yes.
And then at the bottom of this page, you'll see at paragraph 685, there's a meeting scheduled for January 11th. And it includes Mr. McKinnon, Mr. McGuire, Ms. Racine, you, Mr. Hurdle, Ms. Gordon, Mr. Soldo, and Mr. Sabot. Do you recall that meeting?
I don't recall the details, no.
And Registrar, if you could go to the next page. So we have here just a transcription of Mr. Sabot's notes from the January 11th meeting. You'll see there it says council on 23rd. This is in the 4th row. Unknown timelines re pos press.
Okay.
So do you recall if by this time, January 10th, a decision had been made to go to council on the 23rd?
I don't recall. It seems that might be what's suggested, but I can't say those were my notes.
Or did you recall around this time that happened at some point?
Yes, we would have made that decision at some point.
And then you'll see under halfway down the page, a little bit past halfway, it says Nicole in, and then it says text could not be confirmed. Report on 23rd re FOI. Response to FOI by end of today. That report 18008 will be updated in February. Include in camera. So do you recall having a discussion at this point that the Public Works report will be updated in February and that your report would go on January 23rd?
I don't recall specifically, but that appears to be what the notes identify.
And then it says if FOI is media, need comms plan as they may run before February 23rd. And then it says Nicole, Janet will give 24 to 48 hours heads up before release. Do you recall discussions about getting a heads up before the release?
I recall having a discussion at some point with Ms. Pilon that they would identify, the clerks would identify when they anticipate a day or two in advance of when they were going to release the FOI material. They would give me a heads up.
And then Registrar, if you could go to the next page. At the very bottom, it says board releasing info to FOI and internal auditor.
Okay.
And then if you then go to the next page, 297, you'll see at the same time. Do you recall a decision being made that Mr. McGuire would release the materials to the FOI office and to the auditor at the same time?
No, I don't.
Were you involved at all in deciding the timing of those releases?
No, not that I remember.
Were you involved at all in the package that ultimately went to the FOI office?
No, I was not.
I understand that around December 16th or 17th, Ms. McNeil went off work for personal reasons. Does that ring a bell to you?
It does.
And so when Ms. McNeil went off, who became responsible for the FOI request on the legal side?
I would have to check with Mr. Sabot. I don't recall if it was assigned to another lawyer or if he was assisting with that. I don't recall.
But it wasn't you.
It was not me.
Registrar, if you could go to image 315. And if you could pull up 316 next to it. Thank you. So you'll see at paragraph 741 that Mr. Ferguson from Public Works receives the final version of the RHVP roadside safety assessment report. Did you receive a final copy of the SEMA roadside safety assessment around this time?
I don't recall.
Registrar, could you pull up HAM 64319? You could pull up the second image together with it. So the bottom of the first image, there's an email from Mr. Sabot to you on January the 7th,
Okay.
2019, and it said latest SEMA report. And then Mr. Sabot provides his comments. Do you recall what the latest SEMA report is?
No, I don't.
Do you recall if Public Works was providing SEMA's reports as they were coming into you?
I don't. I apologize. I don't remember.
And then on image 2 and point number 2, Mr. Sabot says, while the latest report is very helpful, you wonder if a more complete report with even better comparable road sections might not add or take away from the above, but it's important to remember all these reports will be accessible. And maybe they don't want to keep ordering more unless it's necessary. Do you recall having discussions with Mr. Sabot or with Public Works about potentially getting a more complete report from SEMA?
No, I don't.
And then at the bottom of the email on image 2, it says maybe David might recommend if we need to do anything with these various reports, experts who write reports so far, if we need to retain them for testimony and potential litigation matters to prevent anyone else from doing so. Do you recall having any reaction to Mr. Sabot's comment about potentially retaining the experts to prevent anyone else from doing so?
No, I don't.
And do you recall talking to Mr. Bogosian or Mr. Sabot about that issue?
I do recall at some point having a conversation around whether we would need to retain any particular experts for future litigation, but I don't recall having any particular discussions about that. And
in that conversation, was that around this time or later in time?
I don't remember where it fits into the picture.
And was that conversation with Mr. Sabot?
I don't know if it would have been with Mr. Sabot and Mr. Bogosian, but I believe it was with Mr. Bogosian.
Okay.
But I don't have a specific recollection.
Okay, Registrar, if you could pull up the overview document 9A. Image 297. So you'll see at paragraph 687, there's a calendar invitation that's for a meeting scheduled on January 17th, identifying Mr. McKinnon, Ms. Versine, Mr. Hurdle, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Solder, you and Mr. Sabot. Do you recall having a meeting on January the 17th with these group of people?
I don't recall specifically that meeting, no.
Registrar, could you pull up image 301 next to this one? Okay, and then at paragraph 697, there's a transcription of some handwritten notes. And my understanding is that the notes are from Jasmine Graham, and her evidence is that she believes that the notes were made on January 17th, 2019, but she can't be sure. So I just wanted to, that's my understanding of what paragraph 697 says. But you'll see that there's some bullets that say Nicole's crisis concerns, how much we say about past, not comfortable going this far, avoid judgment, focus, okay, we know now, proactive was discovered, instead became aware of. Litigation point of view, we need to have him on board. Do you recall having crisis concerns that sound like what Ms. Graham has noted?
So I think they were concerns regarding the crisis communications. Not necessarily that I had crisis concerns, but they were concerns about the crisis communications. And that generally seems consistent with my thoughts at the time.
And were you giving advice to the communication staff about their communications plan?
I was reviewing them and I was providing my comments. I believe I had also asked David to do that to some degree, but yeah, we were assisting them in producing that.
And when you were providing your advice or your assistance to communications, I take it that was with the lens of trying to minimize the city's liability exposure?
Yeah, so that's my role when I'm reviewing anything, is to be able to, minimize the risk and identify any communications that might put the city in harm.
Registrar, could you pull up image 325? So at paragraph 757, there's an email from Mr. McGuire just attaching his comments to I believe this is your draft report. And then at paragraph 758, Mr. Bogosian provides his comment. And he says, I think that it should be pointed out to council in the report that while the Tradewind report found friction concerns based on comparison to a UK friction standard, that standard is not generally recognized in Canada, and there's no comparable friction standard for pavement in Canada. And I think you had testified that you were generally aware of this being an issue.
Yes.
But I think your evidence is that you couldn't recall where you got this information from about the UK standard.
Yeah, I don't specifically recall where I got that from.
Okay, and then it says, I think this point somewhat mitigates the failure to disclose the Tradewind report and should be included in any press release that is issued for the same reason. Did you consider it to be your role to, or did you consider the role of your report to council to mitigate the failure to disclose the Tradewind report?
No, my report to council was to provide them with an assessment of the liability and the potential risk associated with the release, but not, yeah, so no, I think that was not quite the characterization, I would say.
Right, it wasn't to downplay the role of the Tradewind report to council.
No.
Or to mitigate it.
No, not in terms of the content. It was to provide them with a liability assessment associated with its release.
Okay, so we know that on January 23rd, there is a council meeting in which your report LS 19007 is presented to council. Tell me your recollection of the January 23rd council meeting.
So I recall that I gave them an overview of the report. I recall going over the report with them. I recall that I identified that there was ongoing legal advice that was being undertaken. It may help if I had
I was just
report
thinking
in front of me.
I was just thinking, Registrar, if you could pull up HAM 61921. This is the report. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would have walked them. I would have walked them through this report, identifying that the purpose of it was to advise of the potential litigation that might arise from the release of the report as a result of the Freedom of Information request. As I identified, we still didn't know when that was going to happen, but we wanted to make sure that council had some identification of the issues that may arise and that we were continuing to work on.
And what did you tell council about the trade wind report?
I don't recall specifically what I would have identified at that point beyond what was in the report.
Okay, so actually, while we're looking at page 1, you'll see that it's under the executive summary.
Yes.
It refers to city staff bringing a scheduled report to Public Works Committee on February 4th.
Okay.
So I take it that as of this time, the plan is for you to provide the heads up to council on January 23rd, but Public Works is going to be bringing a more fulsome report on the RHVP to Public Works Committee on February 4th.
That's what it identifies. Yes.
Okay. And yeah, and then at the top of image 2, it does refer to bringing a full report to committee and council in early February to give committee and council a complete status update.
Yes.
At this time, were you planning on bringing a more fulsome litigation report to council as well?
Yeah, this report was to identify that there were potential impacts, but the level of detail here was not the assessment. That was more to advise them that this was an issue we were undertaking or reviewing and providing an assessment on.
Okay, so the plan was that you would be providing them with a further update on the liability assessment.
Yes, which we did on February 6th.
As of January 23rd, though, had you turned your mind to when you would be providing council with that further update?
Early February was when we were anticipating doing that.
Okay. So Registrar, if you could go to image 3. I think I was asking you about what you told council about the trade wind report. So here on image 3 is the description that's in the report.
Yes.
Do you recall telling council anything beyond what's in here?
I don't specifically recall going into whether more detail was provided or not.
Did you provide a copy of the trade wind report to council?
I don't believe it was provided at this point. I don't believe so.
Why wasn't it provided?
Because staff had not yet completed their review, and my liability review was not complete either. So we were wanting to make sure that council had the full information in front of them when that report was brought forward.
And why? So in terms of your liability review, was it just that you were waiting for Public Works to complete their work and then to confirm with Mr. Bogosian that there was nothing further before you could finalize your liability review?
Yeah, so my intention was to ensure that Mr. Bogosian had the most up-to-date information prior to finalizing his opinion so that the information and opinion that he was providing to council was the best available information, and therefore his opinion was as up to date as possible.
Okay, so you wanted to give Mr. Bogosian the public works reports?
I wasn't sure what was going to happen in terms of what additional information or things that I knew that Public Works was working on a number of other reports. We were going to bring those all together, and I wanted to make sure that any of that, if anything came out of any of those reports that David needed to be aware of, that he had an opportunity to review that and have an opportunity to update his report or his opinion as needed.
Did you provide Mr. Bogosian's draft opinion to council on January 23rd, 2019?
No, it was not my practice to provide draft reports or draft opinions to council. This was the purpose of this report, was to identify that the issues, that there was ongoing work that was being done and that was being brought to them as soon as it was complete. So no, it wouldn't have been my practice to provide the draft report. And this wasn't that level of detail that was provided here either.
And did you tell council that Mr. Bogosian had talked to SEMA, the city safety consultant, about the trade wind results?
I don't recall whether I provided that specific detail at this point. I can't recall whether I did or not.
Who else spoke at this meeting?
I'm trying to recall. I don't remember if I know that a number of questions were asked, so that I believe Mr. McKinnon was answering those on the public works aspects of the questions that council had. But Mr. McGuire may have also. I don't remember.
Did they have a presentation that they made, or was it just they were available to answer questions?
I believe that they were just answering questions, but I don't recall.
Did you or anyone else at the meeting tell council that SEMA had determined that wet weather performance on the RHVP had worsened since its 2015 report?
I don't recall whether that was provided. So that information was provided at this point.
Did you tell council that in a conversation with Mr. Bogosian, Mr. Malone had indicated that slipperiness of the road surface was the greatest contributing factor to the inordinate number of wet road crashes?
But no, I did not. As I indicated, that was not my understanding following my conversation with him and the subsequent discussions with staff. Is
there any discussion about whether the road was safe?
I believe that council was provided with the assurance that the road was not unsafe, and that was partly the genesis for wanting to get additional information from SEMA to deal with the concerns that the public may have in terms of whether the road was had any whether there was any issues with the road. And so I believe that was why council wanted to have SEMA confirm that, so that the public could be equally assured that the road was not unsafe.
Is there a distinction in your mind between saying that the road is safe versus the road is not unsafe?
No.
And so who provided the assurance that the road was safe?
That would have come from public works staff.
So that would be Mr. McKinnon and Mr. McGuire?
Yes, or Mr. Soldo. I'm not sure who would have provided that.
Do you recall them talking about that issue?
I recall it being discussed. I don't recall specifically who did the discussion or who had provided the comments.
You mentioned Mr. McGuire being at the meeting, but I understand that he wasn't listed as being an attendee in the in-camera minutes.
Then it may have been Mr. McKinnon, then I apologize.
Okay. No, I just wanted, do you have a memory of actually seeing?
No, I don't. The meetings, the two like frankly, all of the meetings kind of blur into my mind to a certain degree, but I do recall that was discussed here.
And do you recall the counselors asking staff if SEMA had the trade wind results?
I don't recall specifically how that came up, but I do recall that we were asked to confirm with SEMA that none of their recommendations had changed. My recollection is that came through the desire to ensure that the public had the necessary level of reassurance on that fact, and that council wasn't concerned on that basis.
And what led you to that recollection?
That's just my recollection. I can't point to anything in particular.
So you don't remember who spoke to this issue at the meeting?
Except that it wasn't me.
Right. Okay. So it was potentially Mr. McKinnon gave assurances that the road was safe?
That was their understanding at the time. Yes, I believe so.
And do you recall if at that meeting, public works staff told council whether or not they had shared the trade wind report with SEMA?
I don't recall specifically whether that issue was addressed.
And so your evidence is that coming out of the meeting, the only reason that council wanted a further opinion from SEMA was to assure the public because council was itself assured?
I believe so. There may have been that they wanted to have that confirmation in writing from SEMA, but I don't recall the specifics. I certainly know that was part of the rationale. It may not have been the only reason, but that was certainly part of the rationale for SEMA's, the request to SEMA to confirm.
And so do you recall if public works staff had said to council that they hadn't provided the trade wind results?
I don't remember the details, sorry.
Was there a discussion about SEMA's roadside safety assessment at this meeting?
I don't recall.
So what were the action items coming out of this meeting?
So my recollection was that there were questions that council had wanted SEMA to address, and that we were to bring those back to the next meeting of council when we brought the further report.
And did council identify who they wanted to go out and get this opinion from SEMA?
I don't recall whether they did or not, because it was my legal report. I understood that to be their direction of me to obtain that information and to provide it to council.
And in terms of the three questions that council asked, had those questions, to your knowledge, had those questions previously been posed to SEMA?
I don't know what you're asking, sorry. Could you repeat the question, please?
If you want, I can pull up the three questions. Just give me a moment. Registrar, if you could go to overview document 9A, image 369. If you could put up 368 together with it. Okay, so at paragraph 861, you'll see an email from you to Mr. Bogosian.
Yes.
Draft email to Mr. Malone.
Yes.
And then near the top of image 369, there's three questions. Once you've reviewed the above, can you please advise the following?
Mm-hmm.
Are these the three questions? Did these three questions originate from the questions from council on January 23rd, 2019?
I believe that certainly the first two did. I'm not entirely sure whether the third one was one that had come from discussions with staff or from council itself.
But I take it that coming out of the January 23rd meeting, council wanted to know if there were any changes needed to the recommendations in their reports, and also if there were any additional safety measures that would be recommended.
Yes, they wanted to confirm that. They wanted to have that confirmation from SEMA, yes.
And do you recall if they had gotten that confirmation from Public Works staff on January 23rd?
No, I don't.
Was it your understanding that Public Works staff had already addressed these issues with SEMA?
I don't remember. I don't recall that particularly.
In the January 23rd meeting, do you recall any discussion of the fact that Golder had performed a 2017 pavement evaluation?
I don't recall.
Is there anything else that you recall from the January 23rd, 2019 meeting?
No.
Registrar, if you could pull up image 341. You'll see at paragraph 803, there's an email from you to Mr. Zagaric copying Ms. Fontana.
Yes.
I understand Ms. Fontana is in Human Resources.
Yes, she's the Executive Director of Human Resources.
Okay, and you've attached a confidential RHVP action plan.
Yes.
And then Registrar, if you could pull up the next page together with this one. So you'll see the action plan has been excerpted at paragraph 804, and where it says employee considerations, where did those considerations come from?
I understood that those came from Ms. Fontana. And they were HR related.
And then at page 342, where it says 2, technical/engineering safety, action plan to assess technical review with third party, further engage external legal to engage third party for overall assessment. What is that referring to?
That is referencing council's request to have SEMA provide answers to the 3 questions, and that because that request came through an in-camera discussion, it was council's. It was my understanding and my understanding of council's expectation that those communications would remain confidential and privileged, and in order to do so, that I would speak to Mr. Bogosian to get that information provided to council.
Where it says third party, that's referring to SEMA?
Yes.
Okay, and external counsel, external legal is Mr. Bogosian.
That's correct.
So your understanding is that you should be providing the opinion from SEMA in a way that would remain confidential.
Yeah, so the report that went to council was in camera, and in camera discussions are permissible under the Municipal Act as in camera for the purposes of litigation and solicitor client advice. And so as a result of those questions coming through that meeting, it was then my responsibility to ensure, at least until council gave me different direction, that those conversations were privileged and confidential unless council determined otherwise. It's council's privilege to wait. Until they do so, it's my responsibility to ensure that that takes place.
Was there an actual discussion at the council meeting about getting legal to do this to ensure that privilege was maintained? Or was it just you just came to that conclusion?
No, so they, at the part of that meeting, they passed a motion in camera, sorry, they don't pass motions in camera. They passed a motion out in public session that the report and communications be maintained privileged. So they actively decide that at every meeting, and they did so in this case. So that was their direction to me, to maintain that until such time as they determined that wasn't their desire.
So did they actually say to you, you should go off, we want to ensure that any communication from SEMA is protected by privilege?
So individual members of council don't provide direction. Council as a whole provides direction through their motions and through their motions through council when they pass the motion and ultimately through bylaw. So when that was their direction, they provided the verbal direction in camera to go and add this information. Their motion and the confirming bylaw is they're confirming that and saying that that is what we want you to do, Ms. Audie, and this is how we wish you to do it.
But
that's how they give me direction.
I see. So, but in the meeting, councillors can speak. So it was.
Yes, but they also, through a show of hands, it's consensus. It's not an individual. It's them as a group. So it's not one person saying, Nicole, go do this, or Ms. Audie, go and do this. They collectively decide that that's what they want to do. They confirm that action through their motions. And so that was how that is confirmed. It's not, that's the process. That's how council provides direction to me.
Okay, but was there any discussion at that meeting about ensuring that the communications with SEMA about the 3 questions would be obtained in a manner that would maintain privilege or confidentiality?
Yes, by their motion to keep the report and its contents and discussion it privileged. They made that decision.
Apart from the motion itself, was there discussion about that issue?
I don't recall whether there was discussion or not, but that's the direction that council provided me.
Okay. And so your understanding was that if you got Mr. Bogosian to go off and talk to SEMA about this, that would protect the privilege or the confidentiality of that communication?
Yes.
Right, and that's actually what Mr. Bogosian had advised you in his December the 10th email about how to prevent access to correspondence with SEMA?
So that was the discussion that we had around maintaining privilege of the conversations between him and Mr. Malone.
Where it says internal staff process review, audit external.
Yes.
What is that referring to?
So my recollection, and I may have not mentioned this when we discussed earlier, but there was also some discussion around what appropriate process there might be to review sort of how this had happened and how what steps might be taken to improve processes in that regard. So there was this, at this moment, it was whether it was an audit review or potentially some other review, which ultimately was determined to be the inquiry.
Okay, so there was some discussion on January 23rd about potentially having some kind of a review of what happened.
Yes.
And that may have been audit or external.
But I think both were discussed at some point.
And this is in an overall action plan. So what was the action item on this point?
I don't recall whether we were pulling any information together, but to be aware of what potential options there were in terms of having such a review.
Okay, so you were tasked with trying to figure out what the options were for this kind of review.
I honestly don't recall whether it was that well formed at this point in time or whether it was just identifying that was an issue that was raised. It doesn't entirely fit with where I had it in the list, so I'm not sure if that was just making note of it in this draft.
Okay, and then we saw in your report that in your litigation report to council that plan had been that the Public Works reports would go to the Public Works Committee meeting on February the 4th.
I believe that was what it said, yes.
Yeah, and ultimately we know, of course, that it goes on February the 6th at the GIC meeting instead.
Mhm.
What's your recollection of why that was changed?
I don't have a specific recollection, although it's not uncommon for reports and certainly for council to want to have the totality of the information in front of them at the same time, at the same meeting, rather than dealing with pieces at different points. So that is likely how that came to be, but I don't recall specifically. I wasn't involved in that discussion.
Okay, that wasn't your decision to make in terms of.
No, public works reports are public works reports. And that's a city manager GM discussion, not mine.
So once the decision was made to go to GIC on February the 6th, did you contemplate doing a further litigation report to council on February the 6th as well?
I'm sorry, I don't follow. That was what we provided, was an in-camera report.
Right, and so that was the, you know what, it's okay. Well, I'll ask you questions when we get there. Okay, I understand that you spoke with Mr. Bogosian on January the 30th.
Yes, I do recall that.
What was the purpose of that call?
I don't remember the particular genesis. It was likely to just, if I had the notes, I do believe it was dealing with providing discussion on the points that Mr. Malone had been asked to address by council.
Okay, why don't we, so we don't have notes from you, but we do have some notes from Mr. Bogosian.
Okay.
Registrar, if we could turn up HAM 64363.
Sorry, Council, do you mind just repeating
Sure.
the docket if you make it?
Yeah, it's HAM 64363. Okay, so these are Mr. Bogosian's notes. And they indicate that you and Mr. Sabot spoke with him.
Mhm.
So what's your recollection of this call? If these notes assist your.
They do, thank you. So I do recall that we were wanting to have a conversation with Mr. Bogosian in order to update him from about what the discussion was at council and what next steps we were doing, in particular, speaking about the questions that we were going to put to Mr. Malone from the council discussion.
Okay, where it says council quite concerned about situation. Do you recall council being very concerned or quite concerned?
I recall that they had a number of questions and certainly there were issues that they wanted to have addressed. Yeah, I would say that there was, they had an appropriate level of interest in what information would be brought back to them.
And so what were the issues? Was one of them the opinion from SEMA?
Yeah, certainly they wanted to have additional information and confirmation from SEMA regarding the impact of the trade wind report on their previous work. They wanted to confirm that.
Okay, but your evidence was that your impression from the January 23rd meeting was that council was assured that the road was safe.
That they had assurance. I believe that's I may not be remembering that correctly, but that's my recollection.
Okay. And then it says haven't given the trade wind report. Do you recall telling Mr. Bogosian that you hadn't provided the trade wind report to council?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay, and then there's some the council wants to know, and these are the 3 questions. And then it says council concerned with Gary Moore's judge/honesty/trustworthiness with them in the past. Do you recall telling Mr. Bogosian that council was concerned about Mr. Moore's judge/honesty/trustworthiness with him in the past?
I don't recall the specifics. I do recall identifying that there were concerns around the inconsistencies between some previous statements, but I don't recall specifically using those words.
But do you recall your impression from the council meeting being that council was concerned about Mr. Moore's judge/honesty/trustworthiness?
No, I don't.
So the request had come from council on January 23rd to get a further opinion from SEMA.
Yes.
Why did it take a week to speak with Mr. Bogosian on this issue? Was there any reason for that week-long delay?
So I believe that, so council meets on Wednesday evenings. I believe that, going from my memory, but there were budget meetings. January is usually a very heavy council schedule with various budget meetings. So I believe that there were budget meetings on the days following that discussion. And I believe that I reached out to Mr. Bogosian early that next week, and twice I believe we tried to connect, and then ultimately we connected on the Wednesday. So this plus, there were a number of high priority files that I was dealing with in addition to that at that moment. So there were a number of items, and as soon as I was able to connect with Mr. Bogosian, I did so.
Okay. And Registrar, I don't believe that this document is in any of the overview documents. So could we mark HAM 64363 as exhibit? I believe we're at 163.
Howdy, Council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, it's exhibit 163.
Do you recall speaking with Public Works staff and with Mr. Malone and Mr. Bogosian that day on January 30th, 2019?
I recall there were a couple of meetings over those 2 days. I believe, yes, one of them was that day.
Do you have a general recollection of that first call, January 30th, 2019?
Not particularly, no.
Okay. Registrar, could you pull up overview document 9A, image 362? So Ms. Audie, we don't have any of your notes from these meetings. It may be because they're in the notebook that can't be found. But we do have Mr. Bogosian's notes. So Registrar, if you could pull up the next page as well. Here is a transcription of Mr. Bogosian's notes from that meeting, if it assists you.
Yes, I believe based on his notes, we were looking at preparing the report for the February 6th GIC.
And do you recall who was on this call?
I believe it was myself, Mr. Sabot, Mr. McGuire, Mr. McKinnon, Ms. Racine, Mike Scarrick, Mr. Hertel, and Mr. Zoldo, I presume.
There's a note that says 3 other names I didn't get, Brent and Ted. Do you know Brent and Ted?
Not that I can immediately think of, no.
Okay. And Mr. Malone, I take it, was on this call too?
I believe so. I believe we joined him in on the call. We spoke to him a number of times, or a few times over this period. So I believe he was on the call.
Okay. And was any other SEMA staff on the call?
No, I don't recall speaking with anyone else from SEMA.
And I just want to understand, was there, did you have a call or a meeting first with the Public Works staff, and then you had you had another call with Mr. Malone, or was it just all one big call?
I don't recall. I know there were a couple of meetings around this time. I know we did meet as staff before we brought Mr. Malone and Mr. Bogosian in to have further discussions. Don't recall if it was this meeting or the next one, but yeah, I can't say to that exactly.
Okay, but you don't remember if you had a kind of like a pre-meeting with Public Works first and then met with and then spoke with Mr. Malone?
Not specifically at this point. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't.
And in terms of this call, was anybody leading the call from the staff side?
Not that I recall specifically.
Did you do any talking on the call?
I may have, I don't recall.
So tell me about your recollection of this call.
I recall us discussing, or at least as I see from David's notes, the four items that ultimately became the outline of the February 6th presentation and report to council.
Okay, and then so you recall telling Mr. Malone that this was the plan?
Yeah, I remember we discussed what the presentation structure would be and ultimately the information that we were providing to council in general, based on Mr. Bogosian's notes.
And then where it says suggested reducing speed, excuse me, new speed limits to 80 kilometers an hour, plus speed advisories and for high collision areas. Do you recall discussing reduction of the speed limit?
I don't specifically know.
And then there's a note that says BM greater police speed enforcement is also needed. Do you recall Mr. Malone expressing the view that greater police speed enforcement was needed?
I don't specifically, but I believe if Mr. Bogosian made that note that he mentioned that.
Registrar, could you pull up the next page? Well, where it says at the bottom of 363, BM closed the RHVE not necessary.
Mhm.
It says will cause issues on other roadways that will cause issues on the other roads. Do you recall Mr. Malone expressing that view?
I do.
And then it says, doesn't think the further testing will change his opinion. Do you recall Mr. Malone saying on the call whether or not he had already received the Tradewind report?
I don't.
So you don't remember any discussion from Mr. Malone about whether or not this is something that was new to him?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you recall him saying that he doesn't think the further testing will change his opinion?
Not specifically, no.
I take it if he had said that he'd never received the Tradewind report or didn't know the Tradewind results on this call, you would have been surprised by that.
Yeah, I can't say. Certainly my understanding was that he had discussed those results. Again, I don't think I could have said whether it was in writing or verbally, but I certainly knew he was aware of them, the results themselves and the report.
And that's based on the discussion you had with Mr. Bogosian.
Yes.
Okay.
And the opinion letter.
Right. And I think and you had also understood that Public Works was getting whatever information they needed from Mr. Malone, and so they would have shared it if they needed to.
Had they needed to, yes, that I believe that's my understanding.
And it says road is not unsafe, but it's less safe than comparable urban parkways. Do you recall Mr. Malone expressing that view?
Not specifically.
And then underneath that, it says slippery when wet or flashing. And then on the left, it says thinks that it should be done. Do you recall Mr. Malone saying that the slippery when wet or flashing beacons should be done?
No.
And then where it says point number 1, stress it's wet road issue. And then on the left, it says he won't do that, skated by the issue. Do you recall there being some discussion about having Mr. Malone stress that it's a wet road issue?
No, I don't.
And then it says no accepted friction value for pavement in Canada will say UK standards are not NA in Ontario. Do you recall Mr. Malone saying that he would say that the UK standards are not applicable?
I remember that being his my understanding of his view on that. Yes.
Okay. And then it says why no recommendations for reducing speed limit in his reports. And then he explained that he recommended reduction to 80 kilometers an hour in one discrete section. Do you recall that coming up on this call?
Not specifically, no.
Do you recall being aware that Mr. Malone had not recommended reducing the speed limit on the entire roadway?
I don't.
Okay, and then it says discussion of applicable TACC geometric design standards. Do you recall that discussion?
No.
Do you recall on this call talking to Mr. Malone about ensuring that the communications that he was having would be protected by privilege?
No, I don't.
Do you recall any communication to Mr. Malone that this would be considered a legal issue from now on?
Nope, I don't.
Registrar, if you could go to image 368. And then if you could put up 369 as well. So we had already looked at this email, but you'll see at paragraph 861 that you send an email to Mr. Bogosian with a draft email for Mr. Malone, setting out what the questions are. And so I take it was important for you that the request to Mr. Malone come from either you or Mr. Bogosian as counsel.
Yes.
And again, that was to try to preserve the privilege around the communications.
Communications that because they flowed from council's direction in camera. And that, again, that's their privilege to waive, not mine.
Right, and your belief was that if you or Mr. Bogosian were sending this communication, it would
be protected by privilege, yes.
Did you have a view as between who would send it, you or Mr. Bogosian?
Not particularly. That's why I was seeking his input.
Right. Ultimately, he asks you at paragraph 862, do you want me to send it out? And you reply, yes, please. So you decide that it should go from Mr. Bogosian.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, it was consistent with the timing and frankly, I had a lot of other things going on at the time. It made sense for him to send it.
Okay, and then in the last paragraph of the email, it refers to being available to speak to council if needed on February the 13th.
Yes.
At this time, were you contemplating bringing the report back to council on February 6th or the 13th?
The 6th. However, as it's a council operates in a committee schedule, so they have a number of reports that they receive throughout the committee meetings, and those are ultimately confirmed at council. So the intention was to bring this to the GIC on the 6th. However, it's not unusual if there's a particularly a report that has particular interest of council that they would have either additional questions or seek additional information from staff at the council meeting. That's where they, as a council, review the materials that have been reviewed at their committee levels and make a final determination. So until council deals with it at the committee meeting, any direction or any specific motions are not final. So you were contemplating potentially having Mr. Malone attend the council meeting, but not the GIC meeting? So I understood that he was unavailable on the GIC meeting. And so if he was then also available on the 13th, that would be another opportunity had council had any follow-up or outstanding items from the committee meeting that they could have those addressed at council. And that was fairly usual practice.
Okay. Registrar, if you could pull up image 385. So at paragraph 896, there's an email exchange between you and Mr. Bogosian on January 31st. You write, David, any response from Brian? I think we also need to send him the 2014 Golder report that the trade wind report was appended to. Do you have this that you can send to him today? Why did you want Mr. Malone to also have the 2014 Golder report?
I don't recall beyond it was the basis of, or the report that the Golder report was attached to for completeness, I would imagine. I don't recall specifically.
And so were you the one who was deciding what reports should go to Mr. Malone for the purposes of getting this opinion?
Well, in part, but I also understood Brian to, or Mr. Bogosian to be providing that input if he felt necessary.
And did Public Works staff have any input on what would be going to Mr. Malone?
Not that I recall.
And why wouldn't Public Works staff be involved in the discussions?
They may have been, I don't recall particularly, but there's no particular reason they would or wouldn't be. Particularly at this point, because we were working from council's direction together. So I don't see why there would have necessarily been a barrier between them.
Okay. So I want to talk about the February 1st, 2019 call. Registrar, if you could pull up image 401 and together with 402. So I understand that on February the 1st, 2019, there was a call with Mr. Malone. And what we put up here is a transcription of Mr. Sabo's notes of that call.
Thank you. The registrar is reading my mind or my squints. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Do you recall this February 1st, 2019 call?
I do recall there were a number of meetings, like I said, in those few days in between the council meeting and the committee meeting that we were preparing for.
And what was the purpose of this February 1st call?
My understanding was that it was an opportunity for us to review the questions that council had requested and that we had sent to Mr. Malone. It was an opportunity to discuss those with him and to have all parties, Public Works, myself, communications, everybody who was going to be addressing the report at council, to have all those parties available to have the discussion.
And tell me what you recall from that discussion.
I recall we went through the various questions that Mr. Bogosian was assisting in guiding that discussion through with Mr. Malone, that he was asking those questions and having Mr. Malone respond.
Okay, and then in Mr. Sabo's note in the middle, it says preliminary comment is Golder's TW for friction testing plus summarizes TW grip number. And then it goes on to say, don't think Golder read it correctly. Brian would see 35 or 30 plus not 48. Do you recall there being a discussion about whether or not Golder had misinterpreted the friction results?
I don't specifically, but I don't have any reason to believe Mr. Sabo's notes are incorrect, but I don't recall that specifically.
And do you recall?
I do remember specifically going through the questions, but I don't recall that part of the discussion.
Do you recall that issue coming up before February the 1st about Golder misinterpreting the results?
I don't recall that, but yeah.
And then at the bottom it says nothing recommended by SEMA do want efforts to reduce speed of drivers.
Sorry, where do you see that?
It's at the very bottom of the call out.
Ah, yes, okay. So number 2, nothing additional received by SEMA. Do you want efforts to reduce? Okay.
Yeah, and so do you recall what Mr. Malone said about his preliminary view about whether or not additional safety measures were required?
That isn't helping me remember anything in particular about that discussion. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Ultimately, I do recall that they said that there wasn't anything additional that they were going to be recommending as a result. I'm not sure exactly what that note refers to.
Registrar, if you could pull up image 370. And then you'll see, if you could also pull up 371 next to it. So paragraph 866 refers to an undated handwritten note, which was authored by Ms. Graham. So I understand that Ms. Graham has confirmed that there are her notes, but she wasn't sure about the date on which the notes were made. On page 371, just under the middle of the page, where it says levels in trade wind did not breach intervention levels. We have long history of investigating and taking actions. Do you see that? And then there's a little sort of 3-circle results in trade wind report do not suggest we do not meet standards. Do you remember Mr. Malone conveying that on the February 1st, 2019 call?
I don't recall the specifics. I don't have that recollection.
Okay. Having had a chance to look at Mr. Sabo's notes, do you recall anything else from the February 1st, 2019 meeting?
No. Not, I mean, the answers in the questions, but that's it.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure that we went to the second page of Mr. Sabo's notes. I don't know if that would add anything to Ms. Audie's recollection, but I wonder if we could just pull that up on page 403.
Sure. That's a good idea. Thank you. So maybe we can put up both. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I mean, I do see that they did identify that there were no changes to their recommendations. I believe that's when the first item with number 1 on the notes there, on the first page. We went through each of the questions. They were not recommending that the road be closed. Yeah, I don't recall anything else specific. I don't think so.
Thank you. So, Registrar, if you could pull up image 410. So paragraph 940, there's an email from you to Mr. Bogosian on February the 2nd, so this is the next day. And then in the third paragraph, you ask for the final version of his opinion letter.
Yes.
Outline of his presentation. And then you say, I'm not proposing to provide the opinion letter to council at this time, but it will form the basis of our report and presentation.
Yes.
So why did you not want to provide Mr. Bogosian's opinion to council?
It was my experience that with council and the number of sort of complexity of issues that they were being asked to address, that it was much more valuable and better digested if the author of the opinion was there to walk through it with them. My report would outline the basics, sort of the overview of the opinion, and then having the person who wrote the opinion there to walk through it directly rather than through me or anybody else, and they would then be also available to answer questions as that is the most, I think, efficient way of providing that information to council.
Okay, and so your experience, you typically don't provide opinion letters from external counsel directly to council. You usually do just you do it in the way that you just described. Yeah,
so the overview, my overview covering report would provide a high-level summary. The author of the report would attend and speak to their opinion directly. They would walk council through it verbally and have that discussion, have an opportunity to ask questions. And then at any point in time, if council wanted to see a written opinion or to have anything provided to them in writing, that was always available to them, and they could request that, and certainly would have no issues providing that to them.
Okay, so what you just described is your general practice, and so this was consistent with your general practice.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner, I see that it's 1 o'clock. I need to pause here.
Yeah, it is. Okay, let's stand adjourned then until 2:50.
Thank you. Could I get a breakout room with just council for a moment? Registrar, could you pull up overview document 9A, image 411? So Ms. Oddie, you'll see that at paragraph 941, that Mr. Bogosian responds to your email from the day prior, and he says, I can provide you with a signed version of my opinion letter tomorrow in terms of revised. Were there any changes you wanted made to it before it is issued in final? And then you respond at paragraph 942, you raise a concern about the use of SMA, and then you say, can you please update your letter based on what we heard from Brian over the past week and confirm that your assessment is the same, particularly in terms of whether, one, we need further independent review of the staff decisions made / studies provided to preservation of any portions of the road for future defense. And did you have any discussions with Mr. Bogosian about the need for a further independent review of the staff decisions made / studies provided?
Not that I recall.
Are you referring there to the independent review of staff decisions, including potentially the audit investigation there?
That's possible. Certainly that was part of the discussions we were having at this point in time.
Okay, right. That was one of the items that was in the action plan.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so you may have spoken with Mr. Bogosian about that, but you don't remember.
That's correct. I don't specifically recall what that point was, but that certainly does correspond with the action item on the plan that I prepared.
And did you have any discussions with Mr. Bogosian about the preservation of any portions of the road?
I don't recall specifically. I do believe that we had some general discussions about potential next steps in whatever litigation may arise, but I don't recall the details of those discussions.
Okay, and here you're asking him to update his opinion to include that information.
If he felt necessary. So I really was asking him if he felt that there was anything he needed to advise. I wasn't directing him to change his opinion. I was just asking if he felt that there were any updates needed in light of what we had been discussing over the past few days.
Okay, and I think that you had said previously that you wanted to get, the reason Mr. Bogosian's opinion wasn't finalized was because you wanted to see what other information there was and to see if it would change Mr. Bogosian's assessment.
That's correct.
So did you provide Mr. Bogosian with the PW 18008 report?
I don't recall if that was specifically provided to him or if we had discussed it in the other meetings. I knew he had the, I believe he had the appendix, which was the relevant portions as far as I was aware, but.
And I think that he did have the 2017, the draft Golder report regarding the 2017 pavement evaluation, because we know that he sent it to Mr. Malone on January 30th.
Yes, and he had the appendix to PW 8, I believe as well.
Okay, and do you know if he had the final roadside safety assessment from SEMA?
That I don't know.
And so did you take any steps to ensure that Mr. Bogosian had additional information before finalizing the opinion?
He had the information that he had been provided through the conversations that we had, and had he needed anything else or asked for anything else, I would have certainly provided it.
And then Registrar, if you could go to image 417. At paragraph 959, there's an email from you to Mr. Bogosian on February the 4th, 2019. In the second paragraph, you say, can we consider whether his report can be provided to council in camera once final and released publicly, or whether council should direct a further report from SEMA on this issue? And so what are you referring to there?
So here I'm referring to what I anticipated might be one of council's directions or requests following this information being presented to them, which was I anticipated based on the conversations previously that they would want to have this information available to be provided to the public. And so I was asking for David's thoughts and opinions on how to, in what way that might be prepared in advance so that it would be easier to make that transition rather than trying to address waivers of privilege or other type of discussions at the time. I was trying to facilitate what I felt was council's desire to have that report, that portion of the memo released publicly.
Right, so you were contemplating that even though council had made this request of you in a confidential manner, you were contemplating the fact that council might want to ultimately release it publicly.
Yes, that was my expectation. But that was, again, their decision to make. So
right, so you wanted to make sure that you were preserving that.
Being proactive in terms of trying to address that concern.
Okay. And Registrar, if you could go to image 423. And if we could also put up 424. So at paragraph 985, you'll see that Mr. Bogosian sends you his final opinion. And there's now a section that refers to the conversation with Mr. Malone on February the 1st, 2019.
Yes.
And then there's also a revision to the paragraphs relating to the MSA treatment. Registrar, could you pull up 425 as well? So my understanding is that these are the only changes that were made from the draft opinion to the final opinion. So Mr. Bogosian didn't, for example, revise his opinion to reflect the fact that Mr. Malone hadn't ranked slipperiness of the road surface as the greatest contributing factor?
That's correct.
And you didn't ask him to clarify that in his final opinion?
No, I did not.
And he hasn't actually provided any further information about a potential independent external review of staff decisions?
Sorry, is in
the final opinion?
I don't see that here, no.
Yeah, and so did you follow up with him on that? Because that was something you'd asked for?
That was something I had suggested if he felt he needed to include in the opinion, but again, this was his opinion. So I was asking, I wasn't directing him to do that. I was providing thoughts that he could consider when finalizing his opinion. And we were also going to committee in a day and a half. So that was, my focus was on getting that presentation prepared.
Registrar, could you turn up HAM 62570? Include the next image as well. So do you recall on February the 5th, 2019, asking Mr. Bogosian to have Mr. Malone remove the paragraphs in Mr. Malone's February 4th memo about the speed limit reduction?
I don't have a specific recollection beyond what's in the email, but I do recall that happening.
Okay, so why did you ask Mr. Bogosian to ask Mr. Malone to remove those references?
I believe that was at the request of Director Soldo, who had reviewed it and felt that it was potentially more information than was needed on that point and not relevant to the discussion. And it may have had other questions that weren't related to what they were asked to provide. Can't
And,
remember the wording that he used, but I can find that.
do you recall if it was because public works staff were in fact recommending a speed limit reduction?
I can't recall specifically. It was Mr. Soldo's request. I didn't find it unreasonable, so I passed it on.
Okay.
And importantly, it didn't address, as I indicated in my email, it didn't change anything in terms of SEMA's recommendations.
Right, but you were removing something that SEMA had decided that they wanted to tell the city, which was that they did not recommend lowering the speed limit for the reasons that are set out in the highlighted portions.
So that was at Mr. Soldo's request. Again, I didn't find it unreasonable. It wasn't what council had asked them to speak about. It wasn't in my mind unreasonable for that to be removed so that it didn't create any confusion at council.
Right, and the concern was that there might be confusion because public works staff were actually recommending the reduction of the speed limit.
So again, I didn't, it wasn't my initial request. I can't speak to the rationale. Mr. Soldo would need to speak to that.
Okay, so you never understood from Mr. Soldo what the rationale was?
I understood that it was on the basis that I explained, but not more than that.
So the basis you explained was that it might cause confusion, but you don't know why it would cause confusion?
Because it wasn't related to the issues that council had asked SEMA to respond to. It wasn't a part of that response. In Mr. Soldo, I think that's what, but again, I can't speak for him.
Registrar, could you pull up HAM 62569? So here there is an email from you to Mr. Soldo on February the 5th, 2019. The subject is SEMA urgent. And you say, can you take a quick call with me, please? I want to confirm your concerns regarding the report. And so do you recall confirming Mr. Soldo's concerns?
Not beyond what's in my emails, no.
Okay, and not beyond what you've just testified today about your understanding of his concerns?
Yes, that's correct.
Registrar, could you pull up overview document 9A, image 434? You'll see at paragraph 1014 that there is a transcription of notes from Mr. Sabot referencing a call with himself, you and Mr. Bogosian on February the 5th, 2019. Do you recall having a call with Mr. Bogosian in that period of time?
I recall having a number of discussions with him. I don't recall this one specifically.
Okay, there's a note that says TW inaccurate or misleading, so don't release it. Do you recall any discussion about the trade wind report being inaccurate or misleading?
Not specifically, no. I mean, beyond the other comments that have been made around it in various other points, but no.
Okay, and do you recall a discussion where you talked about not releasing it?
No, I don't. It was always my expectation that we were, and that was going to happen.
And there's a note that says concern with reducing speed, could have done that anytime, red flag. Do you recall a discussion at this time about a concern that the reduction of the speed limit would be a red flag?
No, I don't.
And then there's a note that said speed report review. Had you reviewed the public works reports that were going to council?
I don't recall doing that.
Would it have been your practice to review the reports that would be going to council at the same time as one of your litigation reports?
I suspect I would have had an opportunity to review them, but I don't recall being asked to provide advice. So yes, I would have had a chance to read them, but no, I don't recall providing any specific advice on it.
Do you recall reviewing them and knowing that the public works staff were recommending a reduction of the speed limit?
I was aware that that was there in their report. Yes.
Okay, and you don't recall any concerns expressed about doing that?
No, I don't.
And there's a note that says David checking with Brian on release of letter. Do you recall why Mr. Bogosian might have been checking with Mr. Malone?
No, I don't. Beyond the question that I had asked him, which was how we might, that the council would want to do that. So I don't know. I presume he might have made that request, or at least not request, but advised Mr. Malone of that desire or potential desire.
Registrar, could you pull up HAM 64194? So at the top of the page, you'll see an email from Mr. Bogosian
Yes.
to you on February the 5th. And Mr. Bogosian says, regarding the speed limit recommendation, the fact that it is contrary to the external consultant's recommendation and is expressly premised on the collision history is a concern from a liability standpoint. It would be better if the reason was, for example, so the RHVP qualified for automated speed enforcement, max speed of 80 kilometers an hour in order to utilize it, not safety. And so did you convey this concern that Mr. Bogosian had expressed to public works staff?
I don't remember.
Do you recall having any further discussions with Mr. Bogosian about this issue?
I don't have any particular recollection about that.
Registrar, could you go to overview document 10A, image 5? And if we could pull up image 6 as well. So you'll see at paragraph 10 that on February the 6th, 2019, you email Mr. Bogosian attaching some draft motions. And then at paragraph 11, under number 1, it says that the city solicitor be directed to engage an independent third-party engineering consultant to review the safety measures taken and advise whether all reasonable steps have been taken, and if not, what impact this has on the public safety and the city's liability. What prompted you to prepare this draft motion?
I don't recall the specifics. I recall at the time we were trying to anticipate, staff collectively were trying to anticipate what some potential direction might be from council following the review of the report. And that the issue of a third party review had been identified as a potential concern, and was trying to anticipate what's, if anything, what council might want to do about that going forward. So again, trying to anticipate what council might wish to do.
When you say the issue of a third-party review had been identified as a potential concern, who identified that as a potential concern?
I believe that came from the council discussion on the 23rd. It was, I believe, identified similarly on the action plan, but it may not have been the same item, but I do recall there being that type of discussion.
I see. So on the January 23rd council meeting, there was a discussion about potentially having an independent review of staff decisions, and also an independent third-party review of the safety measures?
I don't recall that from the council meeting, but it was, I think, in at this point being discussed as a possible addition to that review if council was interested. Again, we were just trying to anticipate. I don't know that I have a particular basis for where that came from.
Registrar, if you could also pull up image 7. So you'll see actually at paragraph 13, Mr. Bogosian replies and says, I thought you had decided not to get an independent third-party engineering review for the time being and leave it to individual litigation matters. And then you say, yes, that would be my recommendation. But this is just in case council wants to take a step. And so by this time you had already decided to leave it to individual litigation matters?
Yes, at this point we were anticipating addressing that at some point in the future, if necessary, from a litigation point of view. And that would have been, this would have been, again, this, if council wanted to take that additional step, this was the way for them to do that.
I recall if you advised council on January 23rd that you had decided that your advice was not to get a third-party engineering review for the time being?
I don't believe that that was the level of detail that was discussed at that meeting. We didn't have, I don't believe we had that level of a discussion.
Okay, I want to now talk about the February 6th, 2019 GIC meeting. What is your recollection of that meeting?
I don't have specific recollection beyond what was identified in the presentation and the report, but I do understand that there were notes and potentially the presentation. So I do recall that the presentation went forward as identified in the slides. The public works staff went through the technical discussion and historical background and context. Mr. Bogosian then went through his liability, his opinion on liability and the risk assessment related to that. I then identified and had a brief discussion on the current claims that the city was involved in regarding the Red Hill Parkway. And then there were, I believe the last item was audit or communication. I don't have it at the top of my head, but one of those two. And there were then a number of questions that followed from that, which were responded to by a number of different parties. I should mention also though that the SEMA questions were addressed by Public Works in the initial discussion.
And was it Mr. McKinnon who was giving the presentation by Public Works?
Yes, that's my recollection.
Did Mr. Sabot play a role in that meeting?
I don't believe he spoke. I believe he was in attendance in support of our work.
And so is it your recollection that Mr. Bogosian walked through his opinion letter with council?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Registrar, could you pull up HAM 64331? You could go to the next image. And also pull up image 3 as well. So do you recall if Mr. Bogosian went through the background facts that are identified at pages 2 and 3?
I don't have a specific recollection as to like that would correspond to the various points of his opinion letter. I do recall him going carefully through his opinion and his ultimate assessment of liability. I don't recall the specifics of like each line or paragraph that he went through. My recollection is not that specific.
So could we go to image 6? Do you recall if there was a discussion at council about the roadside safety assessment?
The CMAS roadside safety assessment, I do believe, yes.
And that would have been by Public Works though, not Mr. Bogosian?
Initially by Public Works. It may have been referenced by Mr. Bogosian in his liability assessment. I can't say for certain.
And was the roadside safety assessment provided to council at this time?
That I don't know. I would need to check with Public Works. I can't recall if that was part of their presentation.
Okay. And would that have been your decision in terms of what reports would have been provided?
No,
Do you recall any
not
discussion?
exclusively. Yeah.
Sorry, I missed
Or
that.
not exclusively, like we would have discussed it, but I don't recall specifically making a determination on that issue.
Okay, so do you recall discussing whether or not the 2018 roadside safety assessment should go to council?
No, I don't.
And then if we can go to image 7. Do you recall if Mr. Bogosian talked to council or told council about what Mr. Malone had shared with him on their December 11th call?
No, I don't recall specifically whether he did.
Do you recall if Mr. Bogosian shared with council the information about Mr. Malone's views on the contributing factors to the inordinate number of wet weather collisions?
I don't recall. I do believe he went through in some detail, so it's certainly possible that he did. But again, his focus was on the liability assessment and review because that's what his mandate was. And his area of expertise.
Okay, we actually have some notes from the meeting from Mr. Sabot. So I'm going to just put them up just to see if they assist your memory about the meeting. Registrar, could we have HAM 64370? Image 10, please. So this is a transcription of Mr. Sabot's notes. They're quite lengthy, so I'm not going to take you through it line by line. But in the middle of the page, do you see where it says investigation plus intervention just reached this level, but TW went ahead and rec steps didn't breach investigation or design standards? Do you recall this being conveyed to council that it didn't breach investigation or design standards?
Not specifically, no. But again, I don't. These are Mr. Sabot's notes. I don't recall specifically.
Do you recall generally a discussion about whether or not there's a breach of design standards at the February 6th meeting?
I don't have a recollection.
Okay, if we could go to the next image, Registrar. And again, at the very top, it says looked at recs of SEMA before repaving design standards have not been breached. That doesn't assist your recollection?
No, those would not have been my comments. I can't recall. I don't. So I didn't make that comment, so I can't speak to it.
And you don't recall it?
And I don't remember the Public Works, the specific details of the Public Works presentation.
And then you'll see in near the middle of the page, just in the bottom half of the page, it says read how bad road is TW well below SEMA in design domain. If meets design, why replace it? It's the, yeah, there it is. There.
Okay.
Do you recall a discussion about a discussion about how bad the road is?
So those comments would not have been directed to me. I did not speak to that.
Yeah, that wasn't my question. My question is if you recall any discussion.
No, I don't recall the discussion. It wasn't directed at me, so it didn't trigger in my memory.
But surely you have a recollection of the meeting beyond just what you were asked to do.
I do, but I can't. My memories are more associated with the parts that I was responsible for. I don't have a detailed recollection of that area.
And then if you could go to the next image, Registrar. You see near the middle of the page, under page 4, it says Mike got report on safety and says safe, but obstacle is inconsistent info shared publicly with council. And then it says my emphasis. So do you recall that the focus or the discussion at the meeting being about how there was inconsistent information shared?
I do recall that coming up.
And do you recall that the message being to council that the issue was the inconsistent information, not the safety of the road?
I certainly recall there being the discussion that the road was not unsafe, and that there certainly was an appreciation at the staff level that a concern was the inconsistent statements. That was certainly something that we were aware of and recognized that might be an issue for council and the public.
Then at the bottom of this page, it says Nicole, David, W, help answer, plus Seema says look at numbers correctly. Do you all recall conveying to council the need to look at the numbers correctly?
So I don't recall that specific statement, but I was responding to, I believe, a question from a counselor. And so I believe I indicated that David would help respond and that Seema was providing advice. I don't recall specifically what that was attempting to capture.
Okay. Registrar, could we also have image 13 up as well? And then at the top of 13, it says no other steps to take. Ref to OP, could we have 2 experts saying diff things?
So I believe, and it's hard to tell from the note there, but that my comment around SEMA was in terms of the standards, dealing with the standards that were being referred to in the Tradewind report, and also that they had confirmed that there were no additional steps that they needed to take, and that would assist in addressing the exposure to liability that was referred to in the question.
And what it says, could we have two experts saying different things?
I believe that was a continuation of the question, not my statement.
Okay. And then at the bottom of the page, so just, you'll see it says David, and then there's a number of bullet points underneath it. It says SEMA only recently saw numbers, this is at the bottom, so hadn't been commented on before. Not challenged to friction numbers, but SEMA ref conclusions need to go back to TW for conclusions. Do you recall Mr. Bogosian talking about the fact that SEMA only recently saw the numbers?
No, I don't.
And was there discussion about going back to Tradewind?
I don't recall that.
Registrar, if you could pull up 14 next to 13. Thank you. So near the middle of the page, you'll see there's a note that says hard to counter conclusion. This is a problem in wet. SEMA made Rex long list in November 2015. Serious wet road. David maybe made sure to downplay TW or cue them. A conclusion would be a wet road problem. Do you recall Mr. Bogosian stressing to council that this was a wet road issue?
No, I mean, not beyond what's identified in the notes.
Do you recall in your discussions with Mr. Bogosian if that was a theme from Mr. Bogosian, that this was a wet road problem?
I don't recall that in particular, no.
Okay, and then if you would go to image 15, Registrar. You'll see under the second line, it says Nicole, the discussion of 6 claims. Is that, so do you recall discussing the claims that the city had faced?
I do, to a certain extent.
And where had you gotten the information about the claims from?
I had obtained that information from Mr. McLennan and from my staff.
Registrar, if you could go to the next image. Sorry, one more actually. So under about the middle of the page, this is on image 17. You'll see it says mayor and a bunch of question marks. And then you'll see it says Nicole, four lines down. It says Nicole, but in diff way, collision stats, so arguably ID'd by other means. So actually, so there's a question. It says, was council ever informed of wet road problem to degree found today? Dan, not aware of it in re-friction. Nicole, but in diff way, collision stats, so arguably ID'd by other means. So do you recall conveying to council that arguably the wet road issues were conveyed by other means?
I don't have a specific recollection of that exact statement, but I have no reason to believe it's not correct.
And then if you could go to image 19, registrar. Actually, let's do 18 and 19, sorry. So at the bottom of 18, Whitehead, there's a few bullet points. It says staff or council interests. And then over 19, it says council informed and protected. And it says Nicole, client is city, primary response is to corp. Plus if diverge, take action, but don't see diverge at this point. Do you recall telling council that your client was the city and not council?
No, because that's not the case. My client is the city and council. They're one and the same thing. What I was identifying a distinction between there was that Ms. Councillor Whitehead had asked if there were, if there had been a situation where staff and council interests diverged, or if there was a conflict between those two. And I identified that the corporation and the city council are my client. And if there was a distinction or divergence between what was my duty to the city as my client versus what staff we might otherwise be responsible in terms of staff, that we would address that conflict at that point in time. But until there was a divergence in those issues, in those interests rather, that there would not be a need to address that issue.
So up until this point, you didn't consider there to be any divergence between what you were doing with staff and your duty to council and the city?
Absolutely not.
Registrar, could you go to image 21? You'll see in the middle of the page, it says Gary, cocky, condescending, why won't be a fall guy? Do we need him for lawsuits? Do you recall that discussion coming up at this meeting?
No, I don't.
Do you recall this issue about whether or not you need him for lawsuits coming up?
I remember there being a discussion about whether Gary had or Mr. Moore had or had not been involved in previous claims. But no, I don't recall any more details of the conversation.
And then if further down the page, you'll see it says Nicole understands concern with Gary's conduct. Might be beneficial to have third party look at reasonableness. Do you recall conveying that?
No, I don't.
Last page, if you could go to image 22. You'll see in the middle of the page, it says Mayor, release of documents now. Nicole, no, go through process FOI. Release of what has to be, but also protect where necessary. Do you recall advising council that the release of any further documents should go through the FOI process?
I don't specifically recall having that conversation, but that was our usual practice. So I would have been identifying that that was the usual practice. because that process had safeguards in terms of reviewing to ensure that there was no privileged or otherwise information that wouldn't normally be released. So it had a review process. So that was our normal practice, was to go through FOI. But again, ultimately, that was council's decision, determination to make.
What would be,
Whether or not to release any particular documents or to provide anything to the public.
but your advice to council at this point was to go through the FOI process?
I don't recall making that specific advice, rather than identifying that was the usual process.
So you didn't give any advice either way?
I don't recall making that, like making a recommendation that they don't do that, because to this point in time, we were going under that information was going to be released. So I'm not sure that that's consistent with what was happening.
Registrar, could you pull up overview document 10A, page 72? So paragraph 172, there's an email from Mr. Soldo circulating a copy of the 2019 roadside safety assessment. Just for your reference, this is on February the 7th, 2019.
This is from February the 7th?
7th, yeah, the next day.
Okay. Sorry, there's a lot of dates in there. Yeah.
And at 173, you reply, was this the report provided to committee? And he says it was not attached to the report. And then if we could also pull up 73. You'll see at paragraph 175, it says later that day, Ms. Racine replied to Mr. Soldo's email. She wrote, apologies, Edward, is this report already public? I've lost track of what is and isn't, or are you just providing it to us so that we have it to reference? If it's not public, I think we're legal saying that additional report requests will be considered through the FOI process at this time. If we're able to provide information earlier, we will advise. So do you recall that being the advice at the time?
I recall that being a live issue in terms of how we were going to release any further documents. I don't recall if it's in this particular section, but I do remember having conversations with Mr. Zagaric around how exactly whether we were going to follow our normal process, which would have otherwise been the case, or whether there was, in the absence of direction from council, or were we going to release the documents at the request of individuals in the public. So I don't recall making a particular recommendation. I do remember we were discussing it at the time in terms of how best to proceed.
Okay, and then actually I should have taken you to this. If you could go to image 76. And in paragraph 184, there's a reply from you where you say, I would want to confirm the approach on the last issue with Mike, i.e. advising that an FOI is needed. And that's what you're referring to. Exactly,
yes. So I was wanting to confirm with the city manager what our approach was going to be.
Registrar, could you pull up, image
and this was again prior to seeing council again, right, in a week. So we knew we were going to be in front of them again with this issue on the agenda for the 13th, I believe.
Right. So you wanted to confirm the approach because of the upcoming council meeting?
If we were going to, how we were going to address these requests in that intervening period.
Okay. Do you recall the council meeting on February the 13th, 2019?
Just to some extent, not specifically.
What's the extent of your recollection?
I don't have specific recollection at that point. I know it was quite late in the evening, and I don't believe I had any notes around what we discussed.
Okay, so you don't have any recollection of the February 13th?
Not specifically, no.
When you say not specifically, do you have any recollection?
I remember being there and I remember it happening, but I don't recall the contents of the discussion.
Okay. Registrar, could you pull up page or image 108? So you'll see at paragraph 266, this is February 14th, 2019. Mr. Soldo sends you an email together with Mr. McKinnon and Mr. McGuire. And he says, the last memo from Brian was through your office and the external lawyer. I would like to contact SEMA regarding the new friction data we have from MTO in order for them to review it in the same context and to extrapolate a degradation curve based on the data. Do we go through the same process with the external lawyer? You forward that to Mr. Bogosian, and then you ask if he's comfortable with staff dealing with SEMA directly, or should it be through us? And Mr. Bogosian says, I think Edward should deal with SEMA directly. And so why were you asking Mr. Bogosian for advice on this?
At that point, we were a day or two out of the council meeting, and I was still relying on David for support on the litigation component and reviewing the various comments that were being made publicly. It was just a double check. It was certainly not my expectation that Edward would need to go through us to have those conversations with SEMA. I simply was just double checking, given where we were with all of the situation with council. So I just was double checking that.
Right, because previously the only reason the SEMA report was obtained through you and Mr. Bogosian was because of this intention to protect it with privilege.
So only on the basis from that stemming from the 23rd council meeting. Yes. And so in my mind, that particular loop was closed. So there was no reason for, like on that particular question. So there was no need for any of the staff to continue to go through that route. If they could resume their usual duties, which was to speak to SEMA directly. Like that small blip was done.
Because there was no more concern about the communications between Public Works and SEMA becoming public.
Because that very specific question that council had asked was answered.
So after the February 13th meeting with council, what role, if any, did Mr. Bogosian have?
I was relying on him for some further advice on reviewing communications, if they're to assist to see if there were any concerns around any particular communication or response made publicly to a certain extent. And really, Mr. McKinnon was dealing with those very well and on his own.
Mr. McKinnon was dealing with the communications, but you were providing some assistance on that?
As needed and as requested, but certainly not on every single thing.
Right, okay. And you would then look to Mr. Bogosian for some advice if necessary?
Yeah, if that was needed, Mr. Bogosian was still available to assist if I needed.
Okay. Just give me one moment. Just to check my notes. Thank you, Ms. Adi. Those are my questions. I understand that counsel for Golder may have questions for you.
Commissioner, may I please proceed?
Yes, please proceed, Ms. Roberts.
Thank you. Ms. Audi, I'm Jennifer Roberts and I'm counsel for Golder, and I do have a few questions. Oh, we lost Tina. Okay, sorry. Registrar, I want to go back and forth between two documents Hamilton 64331 and FEMA CIM 17195. Is it possible to put them both up on the screen? Okay, hold on. You're gonna have to bear with me. I don't think that's the right one. Okay. I have 17195 being the Golder report.
So I think for the SEMA documents, you have to add .001 and that will be the report.
Okay, thank you. So that is 0001. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Contractor. Okay, so let's look first at Mr. Bogosian's letter of February 4, which you've just gone through. One of the documents that Mr. Bogosian looked at was the 6-year performance review, which we've been calling the Golder report. Registrar, can we please turn to page 2? Of the February 4 letter, image 2. That's Hamilton 64331. Thank you. So, Ms. Audi, the Golder report summarized on the second page of Mr. Bogosian's letter. It's part of background facts in it. You'll see it in the middle of this. And in the paragraph beginning the report notes, Registrar, can you please call out those 2 paragraphs, the report notes, that friction testing? Thank you. Does that make it easier for you to see, Ms. Audi? It certainly makes it easier for me. Thank you. Okay, so you'll see that the letter summarizes parts of the Golder report. And Mr. Bogosian writes that Golder summarized Tradewind's findings as showing that friction testing in both the southbound and northbound lanes derive friction numbers of 34 to 39. Golder notes that friction testing values should be at least 40 to be considered adequate. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay, so I want please to go to Registrar, can you please go to image 10 of the Golder report, which is that SEMA document 17195.0001. Thank you. Okay, so in subparagraph 5, Dr. Uzarowski's friction testing. And you'll see, thank you. And you'll see in that paragraph below the chart that he writes here that the friction number values are higher than when measured in 2007. And he summarized them, they are considered to be relatively low. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And so here you have a pavement and materials consultant that City of Hamilton has retained, who's providing advice, his findings as to interpreting the SEMA results, and he says that they're relatively low. Do you see that?
I see that that's what's written there, yes.
Okay. And Registrar, can you please go back to that same paragraph in the Bogosian opinion letter that you had called out? Thank you. I'm going to observe for you that Mr. Mr. Bogosian chooses not to include Dr. Uzorowski's finding that the friction values on the surface of the Red Hill is relatively low. Do you agree with that?
This is Mr. Bogosian's letter. What choices he did or didn't make in terms of what he provided as a summary, you would need to speak with him. I cannot answer that.
Okay, so I get that, but is that when you were reviewing Mr. Bogosian's opinion letter, and it looks as though it took more than 6 weeks to be finalized, did you note that Mr. Bogosian had not in fact included the finding of the pavement expert pertained by Hamilton?
So I did review this, his opinion letter, and I was comfortable with the information he was providing, but ultimately how he came to the information he put in here into his opinion letter is his decision. And certainly I don't have any comment to make on it.
So did you note the absence of that finding in Mr. Bogosian's opinion letter?
I don't recall having that particular thought.
Let's go on. He then summarizes the analysis and recommendations, which is the next paragraph. Do you see that?
I do.
And he's got a number of facts here about the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Actually, Registrar, can you take out that column? Because that looks as though that's the total of what he summarizes about the Golder report. Do you see that? So then he goes on to the trade wind report. Okay, and if we go to look at the Golder report, which is the other document you've got up, analysis and recommendations, you'll see there's overlap there in terms of the findings about the number of average annual daily traffic and the fact that there were 2 flooding episodes. Registrar, can you please go to the next image on the Golder report? Thank you. So you'll see, in fact, that the analysis and recommendations in the Golder report go on to a second page, which aren't included in Mr. Bogosian's summary. Do you see that?
Mr. Commissioner, I'm not sure I understand this line of questioning. I don't think we've confirmed whether Masadi has even reviewed the Golder report, but she stated Mr. Bogosian's summary is really up to him. So I'm just not sure.
Well, I think we'll allow the line of inquiry. She can answer the questions. What to make of them is another matter altogether.
Thank you.
Thank you, Masadi.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. And then if we can please go down to the Golder report, beginning the paragraph on the remaining portion of the Red Hill of the RHVP, the existing cracks. Can you please call that out, Registrar? Thank you. So here there's additional recommendations that are provided by Dr. Uzorowski, and he states here, provides for some remedial steps for the Red Hill. And then he goes on and says, by carrying out mill and overlay where required and applying microsurfacing, the issue of relatively low FN friction number on the Red Hill Valley Parkway would also be addressed. And then he goes on to make recommendations about what's included. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. And you'll agree with me that the recommendation to apply resurfacing to address in part, the relatively low friction number on the Red Hill is not something captured by Mr. Bogosian's opinion.
So I don't see it in Mr. Bogosian's opinion, if that's what you're asking.
Right. Is that something, was it not included at your direction, Ms. Audi?
No.
Did you recognize that a recommendation from Golder about using microsurfacing to improve friction had not been included in Mr. Bogosian's opinion?
Sorry, could you repeat that? I'm not sure I follow your question.
Of course it could. Did you note that a recommendation made by Golder to improve surface friction using microsurfacing had not been included in Mr. Bogosian's opinion?
No, I did not.
Did you have any discussions with Mr. Bogosian about Golder's recommendations?
Sorry, was that the end of your question?
Yeah. Did you have any discussions?
Not specifically that I recall. We discussed a number of things at various points in time. I would need to check over the notes and see if there was any reference to that. I don't recall anything specific.
Do you know why he didn't include Golder's recommendation?
No, I do not. You would need to ask him.
Yeah, I will. I'm asking for whether you know though. Can we please go back to Mr. Bogosian's opinion? So take down that call out and go to image 11, page 11. Perhaps it would help if we called out the page 11 beginning with the paragraph "in our opinion," and then the whole balance of the page, Registrar. Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Bogosian writes in his opinion, under the heading, the city's response to the experts' findings and recommendations. In our opinion, the friction testing in 2013 provided no basis in and of itself for any action to be taken, partly because Golder made no recommendations to the city about addressing the issue. Do you see that?
I see that was his opinion, yes.
I've just taken you to the Golder opinion. When you read that now, it's actually not correct, is it, Ms. Audi?
This is Mr. Bogosian's opinion. You would need to ask him what he relied on to come to that conclusion. I can't speak to that.
But this is an opinion that you then took back to City Council, Ms. Audi. What did you do to verify that Mr. Bogosian's opinion was actually, particularly where he relies on Golder recommendations, that they were true, that it was accurate?
So I provided Mr. Bogosian with the information and the necessary access to experts to satisfy himself as to the opinion he was providing. As an expert in this field, I was relying on him to provide that advice to myself and to council. And so that's what I did. I relied on that opinion provided by him.
I take it from that, Ms. Audi, you're saying you didn't independently verify that what Mr. Bogosian was summarizing was correct.
I didn't independently verify that particular section. It was Mr. Bogosian's opinion was consistent with the information that I had been provided through conversations with staff and through the other information that I had available. There was nothing inconsistent or that didn't that struck me as a difficulty or as a concern.
Well, it may not have struck you previously, Ms. Adi, but it's a glaring inconsistency. There is a recommendation and it's not recorded.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what the question is.
Thank you. I'll move along. Let's go to the bottom paragraph. Beginning, while it is tempting in hindsight to suggest that the city ought to have at least resurfaced portions of the Red Hill Valley Parkway identified by SEMA as being the high-risk areas for wet road-related collisions to provide more slip resistance, it goes on to provide details. No consultant made any such recommendations. That's not correct, is it, Ms. Adi?
I did not make that conclusion and draw that conclusion. I can't speak to that. I'm neither an engineer nor an expert in that field.
Did you suggest to Mr. Bogosian that he verify the information he was relying on by speaking with Golder directly?
No, I did not.
So when this is reported to the city, I'm going to suggest to you it was a report to the city about what recommendations had actually been made by consultants was incomplete, Ms. Adi. Do you disagree with that?
I can't agree with that. I believe that this information was provided by Mr. Bogosian based on his review. That I don't have any comment to make on that.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Does the Ministry of Transportation have any comment, any questions?
I can confirm we don't have any questions for this witness, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Contractor.
Mr. Commissioner, I have a handful of questions, if I may proceed.
Yes, please do it. It sounds as if the fire alarm has suspended or terminated.
Thankfully, it has. I do note that we're past the break. I'm happy to take a quick break, or I'm happy to proceed.
How long do you anticipate being?
10 minutes?
Unless there's any objection, I suggest we do that. We hear your questions and then take our break. We'll allow time for the next witness to be placed wherever he is going to be.
We'll ask the next witness to make his way over.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Adi.
Yeah.
Your evidence was that at the December 18th meeting, the mayor confirmed the approach that staff were taking with respect to gathering the pertinent information before going to council, and that if he wanted an immediate report, you would have provided a verbal report at the council meeting that was scheduled the following day. Do I have that evidence correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Registrar, could we please go to or review document 9A and to image 282? And so, Ms. Adi, these are Ms. Graham's notes from a meeting in January, I believe. But I wanted to draw your attention to the section under crisis comms plan. We could pull that out, Mr. Registrar. Thank you. You'll note that under council information sharing, it states mayor knows today, don't like verbal updates, the reason we're here, why we want you to be aware, ready to answer their question. Is that consistent with the recollection, with your recollection of the direction that the mayor gave you?
Yes, it is.
And Mr. Registrar, if we could go to image 283, paragraph 657. This is an email that you send to Mr. Bogosian on January 7th, to set up the call that takes place on January 8th. And here you state, do you have time Thursday or Friday to go over some questions / discuss your draft opinion on this matter?
Yes.
Was that the purpose of the January 8th call?
Yes, I was. That was why I was asking to speak with him.
Okay. Does this assist you in recalling when you made your notes on the draft opinion?
So I believe I made them around this time. I indicated I felt that it was likely closer to my call with Mr. Bogosian, which I would have initiated here and had on the 8th, or the 8th, sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Registrar, could you please go to HAM 64359? Thank you. Yep, that's the right one. And can you go to can you put both images up, the first page and the second page, please? Thank you. Ms. Audie, your evidence, as I understood it, was that you initially engaged Mr. Bogosian to get a general liability assessment to understand the city's exposure in light of the treatment report and to confirm what was at the time the prevailing view that the city would need to produce the treatment report in response to the MFIPA. And you also stated that it was on that call that Mr. Bogosian indicated he had a relationship with Mr. Malone and could reach out to him to make sure he had an accurate understanding of the matters. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. These are Mr. Bogosian's notes from the December 7th call. And you'll note that under issues, there are only 2 items listed there, which are MFIPA and FOI and impact of liability. And again, is consistent with your recollection as to why you retained Mr. Bogosian? Yes,
it is. Those were the primary issues. A quick confirmation on the FOI approach and most importantly, the impact of liability.
Thank you. Mr. Registrar, if we could go back to OD9A, image 301. So Commission Counsel took you to these notes that were made by Ms. Graham and asked if when you were providing your advice or your assistance to communications, whether it was with the lens of trying to minimize the city's liability exposure. And your response was that when you're reviewing anything as part of your role, you seek to minimize the risk and identify any communications that might harm the city. I want to draw your attention to the penultimate point there, proactive was discovered. Mr. Registrar, if we can pull that out. Just the second last.
The 2 last bullets.
Yeah. With respect to the comment, proactive was discovered, arrow instead became aware of. Do you recall speaking with Ms. Graham with respect to this point?
Yes, I believe I do.
What advice did you give Ms. Graham?
I was suggesting that the language used be more proactive in terms of using a more proactive voice when making those comments, and in particular that I wanted to have Mr. Bogosian look at those communications and provide his advice.
And specifically, what was your concern with the was discovered language?
My concern with that language was that it might suggest a judgment or a particular, it's a judgment, like in terms of judgment or looking at making comments on information based on information that we didn't necessarily know yet. So we're trying to be consistent with that language.
And so that was you considering the accuracy of the information. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Registrar. We talked a little bit about the January 23rd meeting with council. Do you recall if council asked for a copy of the trading report at that meeting?
No, they did not.
Okay. And if council wanted the trading report, they could have made that request at the meeting?
Absolutely. And there would have been no concerns about providing it to them.
Thank you. And could we go to HAM 62570? At both pages, please. Thank you. Commission Council took you to this email in which you made some proposed revisions to CMA's February 4th memo. At the time that you made this request, and I think your evidence was that was at the request of Director Soldo.
Yes.
Were you aware that CMA had prepared a speed study report on the Red Hill containing their recommendations to keep the speed limit?
I believe I was.
And did you have an understanding as to whether that report or a summary of CMA's recommendations in that report would be provided to council separately?
Yes, it was my understanding that there was a separate report that was going to address the issue of speed limits and their reduction, and that was going through Public Works. And through Director Soldo in particular.
What did you expect CMA to do in response to your request for a proposed revision if they did not agree with the revision?
I would have expected them to identify that as a concern, and we would have then discussed it.
Okay. And last question, Ms. Audi. When you received Mr. Bogosian's draft opinion, did you compare the summary of the technical reports that he provided to the underlying reports themselves?
No, I did not.
Thank you, Ms. Audi. Mr. Commissioner, those are my questions.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, let's take a 15-minute break. And we return at 10 to 4.
Thank you. Ms. Audi, you're free to go, I think.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I saw that the look on your face.
Sorry.
I
we
didn't want
do,
to ask.
Ms.
I
Audi,
assume
thank
I'm
you.
excused. Thank you.
No, that's
Commissioner.
very much my mistake. It's been a long day and
I understand.
a long day that isn't yet finished. Thank you very much for attending and giving your testimony over the last 2 days. And you are excused.
Thank you, Mr.
The
Commissioner.
rest of us are merely adjourned for 15 minutes until 10 to 4.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Our next witness is Ron Sabot. I believe we need to have Mr. Sabot affirmed.
Would you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you affirm the evidence you are about to give? Yes. Do you affirm the evidence you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So affirm.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sabot.
Hello.
I understand that you have been with the City of Hamilton since 1989,
That's correct.
and you were with the corporation of the City of Hamilton from 1989 to 2001,
Yes,
and then from the City of Hamilton from 2001 to the present.
that's correct.
And what is that distinction between the corporation of the City of Hamilton until 2001 and then the City of Hamilton from 2001 to
The
date?
corporation of the city of Hamilton was an area municipality, one of 6 under a regional municipality. And in 2001, it was converted to a single tier municipality that combined all of those prior municipalities into the city of Hamilton.
And I understand that you had held the position of Deputy City Solicitor Dispute Resolution in the Legal Services Division from 2005 until March of 2022.
That's correct.
And since March of 2022, you have been the acting city solicitor with the City of Hamilton.
Yes.
Could you describe your role as, let's do this. Could you describe the role of the dispute resolution group within legal services?
Dispute resolution is primarily a group of litigation lawyers who handle the bulk of the civil litigation that the city does. And this might include administrative litigation of a variety, and it can include advice on a variety of matters as well, depending on the individual lawyers. So for instance, freedom of information matters that sometimes may have fallen within the scope of duties of the lawyers that report to me.
And what about provincial offenses and the prosecutors that prosecute those offenses?
I am the legal contact on prosecution matters for the paralegal prosecutors who are part of our prosecution team for provincial offense matters.
And did they report to you, the prosecutors?
They report to the legal services manager. That's mainly on administrative matters. If it were a legal issue, or if they needed counsel to attend higher courts that paralegals aren't allowed to attend, then I would likely be the person who would make those attendances.
And did the legal manager report to you?
No, the legal manager reported to the city solicitor.
Okay. And was it this structure back in 2018 and 2019?
That's correct.
And I understand that the risk management division was added to the dispute resolution group in April of 2018.
That's correct.
Where did risk management sit before April of 2018?
They reported within finance and corporate services. So there was a staff person, probably a director, that they reported to prior to April of 2018.
What was the role of risk management?
Primarily, they handled all claims against the city. That might be things that haven't turned into litigation yet, or they could give directions on litigation. Their staff also dealt with contractual matters, the requirements for insurance and indemnities, and they also procured the insurance coverages for the city.
The manager of risk management was John McLennan?
At the time, yes.
And did John McLennan report to you?
At that, starting in April 2018, yes.
Describe your role and responsibilities as deputy city solicitor of dispute resolution back in the 2018-2019 time period.
I was the team leader or manager of the team of litigation lawyers that were in dispute resolution. And later on, I also had risk management reporting to me. So we would provide legal services primarily in the area of litigation. to the whole corporation, but the bulk of our work were claims that came through risk management as matters that might be covered under insurance.
How many lawyers reported to you roughly?
In 2018, I had a full-time complement of 7 lawyers. Over time, I had various contract lawyers come in for terms of contract, but my permanent staff were 7 lawyers.
I understand that Berdina McNeil, now Justice McNeil, reported to you.
Yes, that's correct.
What was her role?
Berdina did the bulk of our administrative litigation. So matters that weren't necessarily the straight claim for negligence, nuisance. If it was a municipal matter, there's lots of unique litigation and possibly tribunal work that a municipality does. And Berdina would tend to be involved in those matters, like issues arising out of elections, for one example. And all the lawyers, but particularly both Berdina and I, gave advice to a number of departments on a variety of issues. And Berdina's work included advice to the clerk's department, public health. She sometimes worked on human resource policies. So there was a variety of municipally related work. And that depended basically on the range of Berdina's expertise and experience.
And did that role, what you just described of Ms. McNeil's role, was that different from the other lawyers that were in your group?
Yeah, so I almost never assigned a civil claim to Berdina. I like to reserve her experience in the unique matters, say a bylaw challenge, the types of administrative litigation I mentioned for her. I tried to reserve her capacity to deal with those issues, and but she was quite busy. She would fill her time providing advice to other departments or getting involved in other projects, again, like policy development, advising the clerk's department on various matters.
I understand that Dina Lazau and Daniel Bartley also reported to you.
That's correct.
What were their roles?
They were primarily civil litigators, so they would deal with claims made against the city for personal injury, property damage. Dan also dealt with some matters through the Human Resources Department and workplace safety, but primarily the bulk of their work was on civil claims, and their main client was risk management in those claims.
When you say their main client, so they would take advice from risk management on what to do on civil claims?
They would take direction. So think of risk management, something like an internal insurance department. So the lawyers would handle the legal work on the claims, but the direction on those claims would come through risk management.
I should have said they would. So they would give advice to and take instructions from the risk management folks.
Yes.
What was your involvement, if any, in civil litigation matters that were handled by lawyers in your group?
Primarily, I would assign work to them and check in with them at various periods on the status of work or on particular claims. So the normal claim would come in through risk management, and at the point they needed legal services where, say, there was an impending deadline to enter a statement of defense, then they would transfer the statement of claim to me along with documents they collected in their work on the claim, and I would pick the lawyer and assign the files to them.
So who was involved in the collection of documents for the purposes of a civil litigation claim?
If we're talking about risk management claims, it would be risk management staff. They would have contacts in the various departments, most of their claims came through Public Works. So they would reach out to contacts depending on the type of claim, whether it was a road or a park or depending on the facility or issue involved, and they would collect relevant documents for the claim. And that's the type of material that I would pass on, along with any external adjusting reports that may have been included in risk's own notes or work on a file. And from that point on, the lawyer and their staff team would pursue any necessary follow-ups with witnesses, documents, in order to complete the affidavit of documents and proceed with the claim.
Do you have any role in that process, the collection of documents?
No, what I would tend to do is I would receive the documents, again, using the example of risk management. It was what they sent to me. If it was an area that I had routinely been involved with over my career, such as bylaw enforcement, regulatory enforcement, like fire department, building department, then I might also give some suggestions to lawyers about issues that were raised by the claim. But as far as document collection, I was turning over what I received.
When did the city retain external counsel for the purposes of a civil litigation claim?
So that could arise, one, through a shortage of resources. So my staff were overloaded, or the other section staff were overloaded. Then that might be one reason to go to outside counsel. The other was expertise. That would sometimes be the basis for reaching out to external counsel, and also where an independent opinion was sought, then that might be the basis for either the city solicitor or either the two deputies reaching out for outside counsel. And lastly, risk management as part of their role in maintaining the relationship with insurers would sometimes work with insurers to select outside counsel when the insurer required or the city requested that the claim be handled through the insurer.
And that might happen if, depending on the size of the claim, for example?
Yes, one of the criteria for informing the insurer was the potential to exceed a certain amount of the deductible. Then that would be a basis to reach out to the insurer and to discuss the possibility of outside counsel.
So when outside counsel was retained, who did they report to?
So in the case of risk matters, then they would tend to report to John McLennan or Diana Swaby. At the time of 2017, 2018, if the lawyer was retained by, say, myself, and it wasn't a risk claim, they would report to me. But if it was still a risk claim, I would have them make the same reports to either John McLennan or Diana Swaby, and I would often be copied or request to be copied. And in the case of the city solicitor or Debbie Edwards, who was deputy at the time, they would make their own arrangements for who that counsel reported to, because either of those persons could retain counsel. Although in the case of Debbie Edwards and myself, there's a budget issue about how much you can spend. So we would tend to seek out the city solicitor's approval on the nature of the work and the expense involved.
When you say risk claim, does that mean a claim against the city?
Sorry, I mean a claim that comes through risk management. Then if for whatever reason I was retaining counsel to deal with a risk claim, a risk management claim, then I would still make sure that they were reporting to risk management staff, because those staff, again, would be giving the directions on handling the claim to the lawyer.
Okay, and risk management claims would be claims involving the insurer.
Ones that fall within the range of insured interests of the city.
Okay. And I understand that there was also a commercial development and policy group, CDP, within legal services.
That's correct. There was another deputy city solicitor. There were only two of us, and the other section of the office was commercial development policy. That was headed up by Debbie Edwards, and they dealt with a range of legal matters, including advice to various departments, land use tribunal matters. Now it's the OLT. Before it was the Ontario Municipal Board. They deal with contracts and procurement, development of construction contracts, and bylaws, a variety of matters that would fall under that section.
Generally non-litigation matters.
Except for the land tribunal that I mentioned, yes, generally not litigation matters.
What interaction did your group have with the CDP group?
If it was purely a litigation matter, then likely there wouldn't be any overlap, except maybe in a construction type claim where that expertise on the contract and status of things might be on the other side. But there were times where staff on both sides would collaborate, work together on legal matters, maybe something that might turn into litigation, then CDP lawyers might seek out the assistance of a dispute resolution lawyer.
And if something was coming from the CDP group to your group, would that come to you directly, or would it go directly to one of the lawyers within your group?
I would tend to be informed of it. It wouldn't necessarily come to me. That once staff once staff knew the relevant expertise of various lawyers, then quite often communication would occur between lawyers and sometimes even clients. Like I know risk management staff would occasionally reach out to a specific lawyer because they're already dealing with a claim that's related to another claim that has come in or a very similar claim. But I would tend to be informed of those matters, like new actual files coming up, because we try to track who has those, and so we can reach out to them and monitor those activities from time to time.
What involvement did the dispute resolution group have with FOI requests, freedom of information requests, that came to the city?
And at the time, probably our best expert in the office was Berdina McNeil. The expertise varies over time with new staff, and so from time to time, that expertise has been primarily on the CDP side. But at this time, Berdina was the likely person who I would reach out to for her expertise on MFIPA matters, freedom of information.
But I understand that the city had its own FOI office that would ultimately determine what documents would be released.
That's correct. I used the acronym, but Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. That is the act that deals with municipal freedom of information requests. And the act also allows council to delegate a head for the purpose of determining responses to freedom of information requests. And that head was assigned to staff in the clerk's department.
So what role would Ms. McNeil or anyone else in legal services be playing in terms of determining whether or not a document would be responsible to a FOI request?
Ms. McNeil's expertise would be applied to analyze documents either at the request of a client group, like another staff department or section, to help guide them through the process or explain in more detail some of the issues that related to the character of a document that may be releasable or non-releasable depending on the circumstances. And that information also, given the Access and Privacy's office experience with Berdina, they would often refer to that material as guidance. So, for instance, Berdina might review and research access to a record and give the results of her research to the Access and Privacy Office. But ultimately, that office determined what documents were released under a request.
I understand that you reported to the city solicitor, Nicole Audie.
That's correct.
How much contact did you have with Ms. Audie on a day-to-day basis?
We would tend to see each other during the day. We would have periodic meetings. The management team, if you will, of legal and risk would meet periodically as well. So I would routinely have access to Nicole or she to me, because I was one of the people who supported her in her role. Like if she was away on vacation, I might have to step into meetings and things of that sort as well. So we would try to discuss those things in advance, so that there was coverage for the city solicitor position.
How much oversight did she provide over the work that you were doing?
That's difficult to answer like an amount terms. She had considerable experience in legal matters, including litigation, and I would either seek her guidance periodically or accept her guidance on matters. And I would try to bring significant issues to her attention so that she had an opportunity to do so. But it's difficult to quantify that.
And what are the significant issues that you would take to Ms. Audie?
It would really depend on the circumstances. There could be a variety of things. One of the things that would tend to be raised with the city solicitor are matters heading to committee or council in report form, or issues that would generate discussion in those locations, committees of council or council itself. Anything significant financially, again, legal services has a budget that it has to follow. So impacts to the budget would be another. Staffing concerns, resource needs in general. As I mentioned before, seeking permission to obtain outside counsel. We would tend to work as a team together, the two deputies, like myself and Ms. Edwards at the time, and the city solicitor, to discuss issues like that and work through them if we needed any direction.
Who did Ms. Audie report to?
It varied over time who the city solicitor reported to, between the general manager of finance and corporate services and the city manager. And it had gone back and forth a couple of times, so I don't specifically remember in 2017 or 2018 if it was the city manager or the general manager.
Okay. So the inquiry has received a number of handwritten notes that were authored by you. What was your practice in terms of note taking at this time in 2018, 2019?
I would tend to make notes just as a tool for recollection. If I wrote it down, then I'd have a better chance of remembering it even without referring to the notes. And I would also tend to make notes about tasks I had to do, like a to-do list of things arising from whatever discussion I was involved in. That's generally it. I didn't follow any sort of standard practice of what I wrote down, but that was primarily why I wrote things down.
Did you take notes of all calls and meetings?
No.
Was there anything about a particular call or meeting that would prompt you to take a note versus not?
It would really depend on the circumstances. Some things, let's say there was something I had to do, if I did it right away or knew I could do it right away, that I might not take a note, for instance, of that. But it really depends on the circumstances why I took notes.
Registrar, could we pull up HAM 52704? Mr. Sabot, we have here an article in the Hamilton Spectator. This is dated July 15th, 2017. It's called Highway Traffic Tragedies. Why are there so many crashes on the Red Hill? Registrar, could we pull up image 2 along with image 1? Do you recall seeing this article around the time that it was published?
I do. I believe I read the article around the time it was published.
And how did it come to your attention?
I believe I was either just reviewing the newspaper on say the day that it was published, or looking at the online service if that was available at this time. I don't recall, but those would be how I tended to see newspaper articles.
You read it as a resident of Hamilton, it didn't come to your attention in your capacity as deputy city solicitor?
I would read the paper primarily for interest in mentions of the city or any personal interest in particular stories. So I wasn't necessarily in one role or the other when I was reading the newspaper.
And Registrar, if you could call out the last 4 paragraphs on image 2. It makes it a little bit easier to see.
Thank you.
And so here you'll see that there's a quote from Mr. Moore. It says there's no official report. Moore said only an informal chart sent in an email in December of 2015. The friction testing was not fulsome and the results were inconclusive, he said. But instead of doing further testing as was recommended, the city has decided to repave. And then Registrar, could we pull up image 3? And we could call out the first 3 paragraphs. And there's a quote from Mr. Moore. All we got was an indication that we should do further work. Moore said it was moot when we decided to go ahead with repaving. The city refused to share that chart with the Spectator. No one ever releases that type of information because it's the first thing anybody would use in a lawsuit, Moore said. Do you recall any discussion at the time around these comments that Mr. Moore had apparently made to the Spectator?
No, I don't.
Do you recall if these comments caused you any concern at the time?
No, I don't recall that.
Registrar, could you pull up HAM 64106, image 2? So you'll see at the bottom of the page, there's an email from Dana Lazau. This is August the 3rd, 2017. And it refers to opening a new file in the 3rd paragraph. And then you'll see at the top of the page, there's an email from you to Ms. Lazau and to Cheryl Morrison that same day. And you say, this may be somewhat related to recent articles in the Spectator questioning the choice of paving material for the Red Hill. The story has a staffer saying they wouldn't release a study done on the surface to the effect or everyone would sue us. I expect the study will be a relevant record. What were the recent articles in the Spectator that you're referring to here?
I believe it may be a reference to a series of articles the local newspaper had done around the time, but I believe in this email I was connecting some of the content of the article you pointed me to the issue of the claim that had come in and identifying that as as a relevant record that the lawyer would want to pursue.
Okay. And so the staffer you're referring to here is Mr. Moore, based on the July 2017 article that we just looked at?
I believe that, just based on the very specific reference to the content of the article, that they wouldn't release it, that I believe I was connecting that recollection of the article to this issue in the email.
And when you reference the study, when you say, I expect the study will be a relevant record, what's the study that you're referring to?
I believe it was whatever document the staffer was referring to. Beyond that, I didn't have any knowledge of what record or document was being referred to. I think I was just connecting it to the specific statement that the newspaper reported in that article.
Apart from this email that you sent to Ms. Lazau, copy to Ms. Morrison, did you take any steps to determine if there was a friction study at this time?
No, I'm not sure I was thinking in terms of a friction study. I was just indicating that there's a relevant record that we wanted to make sure that we looked at.
Okay. And apart from this email, did you take any steps to determine if there was that study?
No, I didn't.
Here you're referencing the comments from the staffer. Do you recall any discussions within the city about those comments?
No, I don't. Not at the time. No, I don't.
And so is that there were no discussions, or you don't recall any? There may have been, but you just don't remember.
I don't recall any discussions being part of them. If the question relates to contact with Gary Moore, it was very infrequent that I had any involvement with Mr. Moore. I knew who he was, but it was very rare in my work that I had any contact with him. So I don't believe I had any discussion with him, and I don't recall discussions by anyone else about that.
Were you aware of any follow-up arising from this email of August 3rd, 2017?
No, I wasn't aware. I just like a normal situation, I had left the document process to risk management staff as well as the individual lawyer on the file.
Were you aware that Shillington's LLP had been retained by the city for a claim involving a collision on the link?
What time frame?
In 2017, 2018.
I don't believe I was aware of their involvement in a claim for the city. I know risk management would reach out to a variety of outside counsel, and Shillington's was one of them, but I don't have any recollection of being told that they were on a specific claim at the time.
And so you weren't involved in the retainer of external counsel on these risk management claims?
I apologize, you referred to one claim. Are you asking now, was I involved ever in the selection of Shillington's?
No, just, I guess, were you involved generally when, if there's a claim involving a collision on the link and risk management had decided to go off and retain external counsel, were you involved in that process?
Generally, no. I might, in monitoring the activity with risk management, ask about significant claims, but it was primarily risk management role to maintain the relationship with the insurer, often through the city's broker. And so they would make sure that they were communicating with the insurer, and in claims that weren't being handled internally, my understanding was they would discuss together the selection of outside counsel.
Did you have any contact with Shillington's?
I don't recall having any direct contact with Shillingtons on any claim.
Do you recall being aware that in August of 2017, Shillingtons had spoken with Mr. Moore and had obtained a copy of the Tradewin report?
I wasn't aware of that, and in 2017, risk management wasn't actually reporting to me, so it was unlikely that I would have learned that.
Were you aware in May of 2018, so this would have been in the early days of risk management reporting to you, that there were some discussions between Shillingtons and Mr. Moore about the friction study?
I wasn't aware of that. No, I don't recall anyone discussing that issue with me.
Registrar, could we pull up HAM 64357? So here we have a letter from Shillingtons to Diana Swaby on January the 31st, 2018. If we could pull up image 2 together with image 1. Do you recall seeing this letter at the time?
At the time, no, I didn't. I don't recall seeing this. And again, this was early 2018, before risk management was even reporting to me.
Okay. Do you recall seeing this letter at any point before preparing for your evidence at the inquiry?
I don't recall seeing it before my preparations for the inquiry.
Okay. And just on page 2, in the middle of the page, where in the paragraph that starts overall, you'll see in the second sentence there's a reference to varied reports. Do you recall any discussions or references to varied reports?
No, I don't.
Commissioner, I'm about to move into a new section, so I wonder if you want a break for the day?
Sounds like the appropriate time. So we'll stand adjourned then until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.